Good afternoon. Oh, make sure we've got our devices muted. Good afternoon. It is February 8th, 2022, Tuesday, 5 p.m., and we're going to go ahead and call our regular board meeting to order. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you, board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, and all of our staff who are with us this afternoon, to any guests that we have both present in the boardroom or watching us online. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll read our board norms and protocols as we do at every board meeting. As a board, we agree to respect the differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Again, thank you for joining us all, and I'll ask Ms. Smith to please do a roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew. Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not supposed to, the sound is not supposed to be there.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why it's sounding off.
We'll get this technology figured out. No worries. All right. Now, I make a motion to amend today's regular agenda to add 2 executive sessions. The first one on non-elected personnel to be placed in front of right prior to the consent agenda, and the second executive session regarding attorney-client privilege to be placed at the end of the executive sessions in that section number 12. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Now I'd entertain a motion to approve tonight's amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and continue with our agenda. The first up on our agenda, section number 2, is community comment. We'll just remind folks that have signed up for community comments to please make sure that our board clerk has your contact information so that we can keep that for our roll. And also a reminder, you have 3 minutes to make your comment. And so first up, we would invite Mr. David Sumi to please come forward.
Dr. Stubblefield, President Lopez, Vice President Clark, members of the board. I'm David Sumi, as you know. Here again, I stand in the gap. As a result of this board's silence and inaction regarding its ongoing mask policy, which is compounding the adverse effects it has on our district's students, teachers, and community at large. Meanwhile, every day, more and more districts across the country are following evidence and logic by lifting restrictions. In fact, since the last meeting, the Olathe School Board has unanimously voted to make masks optional in all schools. Here we have yet another example of a more affluent demographic affording their students additional advantage, while KCK students are left wondering when it will be their turn. If the board continues to disregard what's been made abundantly clear, universal masking is both entirely ineffective and undeniably harmful. It will be either willfully ignorant or woefully irresponsible. You'll have to forgive me for being blunt, but with the well-being of our children at stake and the information widely available to you at this stage, you cannot defer accountability. You don't have to be doctors. You don't have to be scientists. You simply need to be the critical thinkers and caring individuals that got you to the positions you're now in. When you implemented the mask policy, you clearly believed you were doing the right thing given what was known. However, the guidance directing your policy has turned out to be verifiably wrong. Instead of doubling down on more restrictive measures like the N95s you're wearing, which no one would suggest should be universally implemented, there's a way that returns students and teachers back towards health and normalcy, a path that's already well trodden by thousands of other schools and overdue for children in our district. In the last 2 weeks alone, Time magazine published an article online titled, quote, "It's time to end mandatory masks in schools." And The Atlantic published one titled, quote, "The case against masks at school," with the subtitle, "Districts should rethink imposing on millions of children an intervention that provides little discernible benefit." I provided you with those links to read prior to this meeting, and I'll share a pertinent paragraph from the Time article written by a physician. Quote, "Masking in schools was intended to be temporary, and there needs to be an exit ramp from these policies. Children have been suffering from mask effects for 2 years, and enough is enough. At this point, teachers and other adults have all had the opportunity to be vaccinated, and if they feel uncomfortable or at a higher risk, they can wear a mask. Likewise, if parents do not yet feel comfortable with their children going maskless, or if their child is at a higher risk medically, they're free to continue masking. This board's action is needed now. Our children need you, our teachers need you, our community needs you. You can safely lead now without delaying the path towards restoration any further.
Mr. Sumi, we're at time.
I am requesting an extension of time today to allow for the opportunity for students, teachers, and families in our district to hear the board's plan regarding its mask policy.
Is there a motion to extend time? Seeing none. Mr. Sumi, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for
More
joining
silence
us today.
More silence.
Thank you for joining us. Next on our agenda is Ms. Allegra Henderson, who I believe is joining us via Zoom. Ms. Henderson, if you're with us.
Yes. Can
Thank-
you hear me?
Yes, thank you, and your time will start as soon as you start. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Allegra Henderson. I am a business and CTE educator at J.C. Harmon High School. Tonight, I talk to you from 3 perspectives: as an educator, as a district graduate, as a parent, and a resident of Wyandotte County. I have been teaching in KCK for 17 years, and I felt as an educator, I had to tell you how in-person learning is really going for us educators. I just came back today, my second day from having COVID as an educator. My entire family tested positive after I contracted COVID at work, okay? And being in the community. I just want to let you know that your educators, the people who you want to watch your children daily, are tired. But we have to be healthy, and we love teaching your kids. We love teaching your kids. We made arrangements in our family to order things online, to limit my contact with other people so that I could be healthy to teach your children. So I want to start off by saying that first. Okay? But we want you to know that in-person learning, that purpose is defeated when people are not following protocols. I'm calling on the board, I'm calling on building administrators to hold people accountable, to follow protocols. For us to all be able to have kids in person. We know they learn better in person, and we know that the state tied their hands for us not to have those options to have remote learning. Right now, you are suffering with a lot of teachers who are contemplating how education will continue in their life. As a parent, this year, I chose to remove my 8th grader due to the fact that she was exposed to COVID the very first week. And I didn't want to keep taking the risk because I knew that our protocols weren't being followed across the board at every school the same. But unfortunately, she ended catching COVID when I got it, just recently. As an educator in classrooms, when you have 33 kids in class and you don't want them to wear a mask, you are sentencing teachers to catch COVID. We have children at our homes, just like you do. And we all want everybody to be safe, but we need help with the protocols, okay? So when you watch COVID jump from the math teachers to the art teachers to the elective teachers to all the other support staff that's there, the custodians, the cafeteria managers, the ELL aides, everybody in the building is affected. Students, teachers are not feeling safe now. And we need your help. The community, we need your help to have your kids wear your mask. We just need to work together as a community to do better by finding ways to do some testing. All people, even if you're vaccinated, you vaccinated and unvaccinated, it doesn't matter. You still can spread COVID. And that is something that we are dealing with in our schools.
Ms. Henderson, thank you. We're at time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing with us. Okay, so we will continue with our agenda next. And as a reminder for the community, for anybody watching, you are always welcome to sign up for community comment, either in person or submit a written comment or join via Zoom. Just please contact our board clerk, Ms. Leslie Smith, no later than noon on the Monday prior to the board meeting. Thank you. Next up, we'll hear from our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield. Dr. Stubblefield.
Hello, good evening. I do want to say to both individuals who made public comment, someone from the staff will follow up with you to see if there are any additional questions and or if you need more information. I'll start. I have just a few announcements and reminders. The first one is we're inviting the community to apply to participate in the Boundary Advisory Committee. A Boundary Advisory Committee was established to determine the district's next step regarding boundaries. The Boundary Advisory Committee will consist of board members, district administrators, principal representation, parents, and community members. This appointment is a 2-year commitment, and you can access the application form online. The application window opened on February 1st and will stay open until February 16th. There's information on the dates that the committee will meet, and also the board will hear a recommendation from this committee at the April 26th board meeting. We had to reschedule last week's COVID vaccination event at Gloria Willis due to inclement weather. Please mark your calendars because we will be hosting additional events for those ages 5 to 11 at Central Middle School on Thursday, February 10th from 4 to 6 p.m. Gloria Willis on Wednesday, February 23rd from 4 to 6 p.m. and then back at Central Middle School on Thursday, March 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. The Wyandotte County Health Department will be on hand to administer the Pfizer vaccine. A parent or guardian must be present, and these events will offer both the first and second dose for our youth. Youth receiving the vaccine will get a free meal on site and be able to pick up other great giveaways, including free tickets to an upcoming Royals game. No vaccines will be available for those over 11 or under 5, or no booster shots will be offered. If you are needing those shots, please contact our local health department and they can assist you in receiving those, and masks are required at the events. I want to take a moment to recognize Black History Month and all the accomplishments so many African Americans have made locally and nationally. The former Sumner High School is one of many proud examples of the numerous academic accomplishments that many of our students made years ago and continue to make today in our community. Black history is American history, and I encourage everyone to take just a moment to learn something about Black history, whether it's reading a book or watching some of the local programs that are being shared this month. We're also recognizing our school counselors this week. School counselors play an integral part in helping create safe, healthy, resilient, and enhancing schools by implementing whole child interventions and supports to address students' academic, career, and social-emotional development. We have definitely seen the importance of their work during this pandemic. Please join us in recognizing and honoring our counselors here at KCKPS during National School Counselors Week, which started on February 7th and goes through February 11th. We appreciate our counselors all year round. The Kansas City, Kansas Public School District wants the instruction at each of our schools to support the needs of all of our students. We invite you to click on the survey link that was sent directly to families to tell us what you think is working and where you think we can improve on our instruction and programs. If you have children attending several schools, please feel free to complete a survey for each school. Your child's academic experience at each of our schools is important to us. We appreciate your willingness to provide us with this valuable information. And if you have any questions, please contact your school principal. We do recognize that we have sent several surveys and information for feedback. And as the new superintendent, I am promising you that we will streamline this so that you are not receiving so many different surveys in the future, but we do need your feedback for multiple reasons this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Not really much to add on my end. Again, just as Dr. Stubblefield stated, as we celebrate Black History Month, please note any of the events and that the schools are celebrating. It's been great to see on social media how our staff and students are celebrating and recognizing and learning about the history. So just thank you to all of our staff that are putting in the work and effort to make sure that we are all aware of all the great things that we celebrate. So just thank you to our staff, our students, and look forward to attending some events as well. Other than that, really, again, nothing much else to add, so I'll open up to board commentary if there's anything else from board members.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Ms. Page.
I didn't get a chance to say it last week. We lost one of our former teachers, and I'm quite sure there's been many others, but the one that I know of, Mr. Calvin Bibbs, who was a coach and educator at Harmon High School and played an integral part in our community. So we want to send our condolences to his family.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, to Mr. Bibbs and to his family and to all of his friends and everyone affected. Thank you, Ms. Page, for sharing that, and we send our condolences. Thank you. Other board commentary? Okay. Seeing none, we will continue on with our agenda. Next up, item number 4, we will hear our library report from Ms. Carol Levers. Ms. Levers.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Dr. Stubblefield. February, obviously, is Black History Month, and we have a lot of programs celebrating that. But I want to just share with you the January statistics, and I'm not going to go through my branch by branch. You have it right in front of you, but the total checkouts for the system was 22,792 books, and we placed 5,529 items on hold. I want to share with you a special exhibit called Redlined. And KCKPL are collaborating with other local organizations for a metro-wide conversation about the history and legacy of redlining. And as you can see on your slide, the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 entities involved in this. Johnson County Public Library, KC Moe Library, and especially the Johnson County Museum. And we have an event too about redlining. But our event, obviously, and I've spoken about it, was featuring Richard Rothstein, and it's coming up next week on February 17th. It's part of the series of events featuring this conversation. And as part of this, Johnson County Museum is hosting Redlined for a couple of months. They I think, cut the ribbon the 29th of January, and it will be at the museum, not the libraries, but at the Johnson County Museum. And it's called Redlined: Cities, Suburbs, Segregation, This striking exhibit takes visitors on a deep dive into the history of redlining and how it both shaped and was shaped by the region. So for more information, we've got the website there. It's Johnson County Parks and Recs Department.com /redline. And they have programs like February, Raisin in the Sun and the Legacy of Redlining. And you can register online if you want to see it. That's February 19th. February 24th, Free Did Not Mean Welcome by Dr. Cameletta Williams of the Black Archives of Mid-America. March 16, Making the Red Line Exhibit, and that's a program by Johnson County Museum staff. Everybody's welcome. April 7th, J.C. Nichols and Community Building Program by Dr. Bill Worley. More details to come. June, jazz storytelling at the Juneteenth celebration for Johnson County. More details to come as well. July, 1816 to 1963. 1863, I apologize, to 1963. When Freedom Changed America, a program by Dr. Edgar Tidwell of KU. As well, I'll share more, but you can go online and they will have it on there. It's going through September. 15 Legacies of Redlining, Blue River Wedge Watershed and Climate Impacts. It's a panel discussion in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Foundation of Johnson County and Blue River Collaborative. And obviously, they say there's more details to come. The last one that for this whole redlining is September 21st, Legacies of Redlining, Social Determinants of Health, panel discussion in partnership with all of the above. I just thought I'll just elaborate so that our people have an idea, can go to the Johnson County Museum website and explore all the options for Black History Month and beyond. And of course, I want to just reiterate and make sure that we remember that February 17th at 7 p.m. is our author visit, and still time to register, even if there may not be books available, but you can still register to participate in that. And then, just a little bit tidbit, 2 years ago, we had Terry McMillan scheduled to come to Wyandotte County, and everything was set, and then of course COVID hit, and then we had to cancel. They reached out to us, and we will have her, but she won't be in person. We're going to have it online, and it's better because more people can then sign in. So Terry McMillan will be here April 2nd at 1 p.m., and that will be a virtual event, and people can obviously sign up on our website, and I think it's the first 300 people who can have a copy of our book. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Any questions for Ms. Levers? Is there a motion to accept the library report, director's report as submitted by Ms. Carol Levers?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next on our agenda, item number 5, for those following along, an update from our Foundation for Excellence from Ms. Crystal Watson. Is Ms. Watson with us? Not seeing her online either. Okay. Well, Board, I believe you have some information on your agenda that was submitted by Ms. Watson. If you want to take a moment to make sure you review that if you haven't already, and we will follow up if there's any information that's needed for the board at the next meeting. Thank you.
Miss Watson is on her way. She'll be up there shortly.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Toe. Hi, Ms. Watson. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to pull this up. Oh, that's the library. There it is. All right. So just want to give you an update on what the foundation has been up to. So thus far on grants received, and I'll just go to the presentation part. We received a $25,000 grant from Health Forward, and that is in partnership with the athletic department. There is a tool that they are using with kids and exercise, and we're excited that that's in the process now. And we also received a $7,500 UG Casino grant, and those funds were used for the back-to-school fair. And so those were applied when we had the back-to-school fair back in August. And then the grants distributed, the foundation gave $5,000 to the back-to-school fair. We did a principal appreciation when school started for principals, and that was $5,000 donated. And then we also covered a convocation, the speaker, at $8,000. And then for program incentives distributed, $24,835 was given through our We Care, We Act program. And for our board members who may not be aware of what that is, that was created to help families who are impacted by COVID. And those funds came from the Emergency Relief Fund through the Greater Kansas City Community Foundation. And so over the past year, we have expended over $24,000 towards that. And then recently, we supported the Enough is Enough initiative, and up to 40 gift cards were given to the students who participated in that event. And I believe it was just a week ago, just a week ago. And so there were $800 worth of gift cards. All right, so our upcoming events, the first is our scholarship, the Kansas School Foundation for Excellence Scholarships. That was launched February 1st, so information has gone out to all seniors who plan to graduate in 2022. But the exciting news is we have gone from $3,000 to $5,000 per student.
Very nice.
Everybody get a round of applause. Yeah. So we're moving onward and upward, and excited that 12 students under the Foundation for Excellence grant will receive $5,000 scholarships each. So guess what that means, y'all? We got that golf tournament coming up, so y'all might as well start getting ready. Empty them pockets.
All right.
All right. The I Believe campaign starts March 1st. And our I Believe campaign is our internal campaign. And so that campaign is designed for us to raise funds so that we can continue to do the give grants out for teacher grants and for community enrichment grants. So the list of grants I just showed you on the money that we've given for speakers and all that kind of thing, that's what we want to use these funds for. So it's really important that our district believe in our district and our students and our foundation and be willing to give. And so the plan this year is we'll almost run it like United Way you've done here within the district. At least we'll run it somewhat close to that. But the I Believe campaign has gone on before. We just send out notifications to our employees and just ask them to donate. And they can donate online or they can do payroll deduct. And then the last is our annual golf tournament, which will be June 15th, 2022. In the past, the tournament has usually been the first week or the second week of June. But this year we moved it back because it's always a really busy time for staff. And of course, June, many people are already off at least by mid-June. So we really want to see more of our leaders at our golf tournament. And so we've pushed it back to enable you to participate. So this is a great time for us to connect and to partner more with our business community. So we're really looking forward to seeing our board members. Last year, we had a wonderful turnout from some of them board members that were there. So we hope y'all can return so we can put y'all to work. But it's a great time for us to, really show our business community what we're up to and who we are as an organization. And so the last is there's a special recognition. So I was in a meeting that I literally had to walk off of, and I ran up the steps, so if I'm out of breath, y'all know why. And then I left the award downstairs on my desk, but we have a special recognition to Edwin Birch and the Marketing and Communications Department. So Edwin, I should have run downstairs and give him all, but we received from Nonprofit Connect, it's a Philly award, and so I nominated our communications department, specifically Edwin Birch, because we had that big virtual KCK Engage kickoff last March, if you all remember. Many of our board participated, and I submitted the work that Edwin did with his team, and we won. And so we have that award, so congratulations, Edwin. And I just want to say that, board, we really appreciate you allowing the communications department to work with the foundation, because we really would not be able to do a lot of the things that we do without their support. And so I just want to thank you, and thank you, board, for all your support with the foundation. And I am complete. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Watson? All right. Motion to accept the report from the foundation as presented?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank
Watson.
you, board.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you. And congratulations to Mr. Birch and
Yes.
your team for that work. All right. Next on our agenda, I would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for discussion purposes of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved under COMA for 10 minutes, going in at 5:35 and coming back at 5:45.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right, thank you. We are back in open session. Next on our agenda, item number 6, the consent agenda. Entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions, discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, but I did have a question about item B.
I didn't hear you.
Item B. Do we need to?
Is your question about a specific individual on the list, or is it a more procedural question?
Procedural. Or,
Just make sure, if it's about a specific individual, we need to do an
No.
executive session. If it's not, then
we can,
that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, please.
okay, so my question was regarding COVID tracers. Is the funding for these positions tied to the grant that we received from KDHE, or is it tied to general operating?
It's tied to the grant from KDHE. The positions that are on there are tied to the KDHE grant.
Thank you. Rachel, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen.
The motion is to approve the consent agenda. Dr. Nguyen?
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, Rachel, if I went a little too quickly before you got your question in. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Next on our agenda, item number 7, board updates. Board, we have, this is coming back in front of us, the Avid proposal and agreement. This was presented at a previous board meeting. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the content, and this is coming before us with a recommendation to approve tonight. So I'll pass it to Dr. Stubblefield with anything else.
Yeah, just asking for approval tonight. Is there any questions that we can answer regarding the information? Myself or Dr. Campbell or Dr. Biblo Irvin will try to provide the answer.
Would open the floor up for questions from the board. Seeing no questions, there's a recommendation to approve the proposal. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now open the floor up for questions or discussion. Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Next up, item number 8, new business. Board, this is coming for informational purposes tonight only around the school retirement fund, and I will pass it along to Dr. Stubblefield and Ms. Tracy Kaiser.
And Board, this is information only. We would be asking for approval at the next meeting, but the background shares that prior to the district being part of CAPERS, there was a retirement fund, and KSDE is recommending that we end that. The current balance that's in that fund is $7,490.85, and that would be rolled over to capital outlay once the board if the board approves to close that fund.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Are there any questions from the board or discussion? Dr. Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any people eligible to receive any of those funds?
I think this is separate. I'd want to double check with Ms. Kaiser, but I think this is separate from the employment retirement fund that has assets that were held by I think now UMB Bank, as part of that trust agreement for the old retirement account. I think this is a separate line item that doesn't feed into that retirement plan, I believe. But I would want to double check that with Ms. Kaiser to make sure I'm correct.
So what was the purpose of this fund?
I'm trying to remember, this was an old levy that, if I recall correctly, that prior to Capers, you had two separate funds that were created. One was the teacher's retirement fund, that is what ended up eventually getting funneled into the fund that was at UMB Bank. And then my recollection is that this is a separate accounting that is in place, but it's not the same program, if I'm recalling correctly.
Tracy was just on. I think she-
How far?
Yes, good evening, I'm here.
Yeah, how far off am I on my memory of that, Tracy?
No, you're right on. Sorry, I'm getting some weird feedback. Is that hard for you guys to hear?
No, we can hear you fine.
Okay, yes, this was a different fund prior to Capers, and we're only receiving delinquent taxes still in it. There is no tax levy currently for it. So if there would ever be a claim or anything like that, it would probably go through our legal process just like it is currently. But we don't need to hold on to this fund for any purpose because it's not intended for what it was originally purposed for.
So these are coming from leftover from the old delinquent tax receipts that back when this was was part of the budgeted money that coming in from property tax. Is that what it was from?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So it's not something that we currently levy. It's just coming in on old delinquent taxes is where the money's coming.
Right, there's no tax levy. It is just delinquent taxes from multiple years ago. We're maybe receiving $500 or $600 a year, and KSDE is just asking, if we could go ahead and close that fund.
The question is, if it's from delinquent taxes, why is it in a retirement fund?
Because the taxes at that time so the delinquent taxes are coming in from like years ago. It's not like a couple years ago. And so the delinquent taxes that do come in on those properties are for a tax allocation that was set up.
That's understood. So what does the term retirement mean then?
So there was a specific, and I'll forget what the term is, but there was a specific amount that could be taxed for that retirement fund at that time, which was not the retirement fund that ended up going over to UMB Bank as the trust account.
I understood all that.
I know.
The question is, then what is the meaning of retirement?
Is
Is it employee retirement or just?
It was an employee retirement, but it was the part that it got rolled into Capers, so there's no obligation for it for the district any
Just
longer.
excess funds?
It's just an excess
Okay.
funding piece that's coming in, and it's getting put into this retirement fund because that's what it was taxed as when it was taxed out under these delinquent taxes, if that makes sense. It's just really old money for an old account that doesn't exist anymore. That's what it is.
Thank you for trying.
I'm trying.
Thank you. Other questions?
So my question would be, it sounds like there are funds still coming here, so what are they suggesting, or where will those funds go now?
Capital outlay.
Okay.
That's,
Correct. Instead of them being held in the school retirement fund, if that fund is closed and approved by the board, then we would just directly deposit them into capital outlay.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, Dr.
The
Nguyen, please.
question is, I guess, to Tracy, what is it to KDHE of what we do with that money?
KSDE?
Yeah.
I think when we're audited, it's just an oddity, but I'll let Tracy, like when they audit us on funds, it's a line that I think pops out every year, because we have Capers, but it's called a retirement fund.
Right, and KDHE doesn't particularly care one way or the other, but we are the only district in the state that still has this fund. And so they've asked me the last couple of years, you know, do you want to continue this when you're only receiving a small amount of delinquent taxes? Could we go ahead and close it? It would just be easier on the accounting system.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Tracy. Again, this is informational tonight, and we'll come back around at the next board meeting for potential approval if that is the board's desire. And if you have further questions, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield as they come up regarding that agenda item. All right, next on our agenda, item number 9, board reports. Again, tonight, this is coming up as an informational item and for discussion purposes only. No action is being recommended or asked from the board tonight. So board, and I'll just kind of start and then pass it to Dr. Stubblefield and staff. So board, this is coming, this is regarding the Eisenhower project and the NFL and LISC grassroots program grant that the district received to build out a new turf football field. And so it is tied with the Eisenhower Middle School potential field project that Mr. Covington had spoken to the board at one or a couple of previous board meetings mentioning it, and I don't have the exact dates on me, but we are bringing this forward as an informational item for discussion and to answer any questions. And I will just say that I know there have been questions in how this was brought forward, and so we want to make sure that we address those questions as best that we can. And make sure that everyone feels comfortable with the discussion moving forward. So now would be appropriate to have this discussion. I'll pass it on to Dr. Stubblefield, and I'll just say, you know, I apologize that this is being presented in the way that it is, and maybe we could have done this a little bit differently, but I'll take ownership on that. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Stubblefield to go ahead and introduce, and then we'll have an open conversation.
So Dr. Turan will come and share the information. And again, I too just want to acknowledge that I think where the disconnect was when the grant application, when it was set forward, it was not brought to the board to say, if we receive this grant, this is what we would potentially financially be committing to. And so the purpose of this is so that we can have direction at our next meeting if the board wants us to continue to pursue this grant, to fulfill the requirements of the grant, and or so that we will be able to know to contact the NFL and its partners if that's not the direction that the board wants to go. But it is to provide mainly the background around what our financial commitment is in accordance to the grant, and what were some of those larger conversations that what was shared with me with checking in with individuals was that a lot of this came out around when students and community members were sharing what they wanted more things and places for kids to be able to engage in activities. And I guess through the Enough Is Enough conversation, that's where this originally birthed from, but how it was the two-way communication to make sure everybody was on the same page, I believe, where there was some disconnect. So Dr. Turan will share what is required for the grant, and we'll be able to discuss and answer any questions that we have the information depending on your questions.
Well, thank you very much, and I think you've set it up very well and basically stated the issue at hand. The grant was probably came into thought, to the best of my knowledge, probably in the spring of last year, thoughts around that. And that culminated in a lot of people thinking through and brainstorming about how to do some things for the very intents that the president and the superintendent just spoke to. for our kids. And then it was turned in to LISC NFL grants on June 28th of last year, 2021. And the grant essentially was for $250,000, which is the maximum amount that they categorize for turf, for field surface, for a football field. And in their RFPs, they look for some givens. One of them is matching funds. And to be able to have a turf surface, first of all, it's more than $250,000. It could be, and Tammy, I'm sure knows the exact amount better than I do, and with inflation now, I easily would think it could be up to $450,000, $400,000, maybe even more than that. So they're neat, and then in a turf field, and maybe many of you, because the district has put some in, when you first see one prepared for a surface, it's like it looks like a huge archaeology project, usually with trucks coming in and bulldozers to move dirt out and take it to other places to prepare the surface for all the drainage and the work. And so it ends up being easily from $750,000, it can even end up being $1 million, depending on the scope of the work. And in the case of this scope of work, it was estimated $800,875, therefore leaving a matching commitment of $558.75. And so there were a lot of very good intents. I would say that, I would echo and say that it needed to come to you for that matching grant because nobody else can do that matching grant but the Board of Education. That's in my opinion. And I think that's probably where, as information was communicated, but probably needed to be early on, say, what's your will on this? I arrived here the last week of September, and right away I began to, spent about a week with Mr. Covington, and he was very helpful. He was excited about a number of projects, and he talked to me about the swimming project and the recording studio, and many things that were considered and being done. And this one was one that we knew this had gone in, and one of the aspirational goals in the grant, and you received the entire proposal, it's in your executive view, and the aspirational goal of maybe going beyond this phase right here, which would be an initial phase, and being able to do a renovation of that entire partnership that goes back to 1971, a way of re-envisioning it, because that's a long time. That's a little bit, it's 50 years in a few months. And a lot of work needed to be done. Some of the facilities were kept up for a long time, but as you all know, districts and municipalities encountered budget issues, and some of them were kept up pretty well, but other components were not. And in its current condition, and for a number of years, I don't know how long, the track, the field and the track were suitable for perhaps practicing, the middle school kids maybe going out there and being able to scrimmage and so forth, but not for competition. Could not be used for competition, and I think that was part of the thought here. So there were different thoughts of how, this piece right here, which is sort of the phase one, the one that was presented in the grant, and then thoughts about what could happen with the rest of the complex, because there's some the baseball field is maintained very well. The softball fields need some work. There are tennis courts. There's a spray park, I believe. There are a number of components, and in my opinion, a beautiful park, but needs some work. And as you know, there's a community center there that was built. I believe that the contracts and agreements between the UG and the district was in 1971. The school, I think, was built by 1974 or 1975 in there. And I think also the community piece. So the grant required, the matching grant, it also stipulated that if the NFL is going to give you $250,000, they want a very clear plan that it's going to be maintained year to year to year, or and someone had to be responsible for that, and the district was put in for that, just the district solely, that it would maintain it. The land it sits on is almost half and half, or 2/3, 1/3 UG, Parks and Rec, and district. That the actual, all the different components are split up in different ways. It's very unique. So there is a cost for field maintenance. And then in terms of the resurfacing, there were kind of the specifics of what I referred to, all the different things that need to occur in order to put the surface. This was a timeline that was included, and by the way, we received word about the award, I believe it was December 22nd, 2021, right before the winter break, and I think we gave that to Dr. Stubblefield, and she sent it to you, I believe, in a Friday bulletin immediately that week before we went. That's when we heard. It was about 2 months later than expected from it would have been announced. So the thought was that it maybe occurred in October or so, the awards. We had heard maybe possibly this could have been done, but obviously a number of things needed to have already taken place, such as approving the matching funds. Here's some aerial shots. There's the field and the track. The track is, I believe, a 5-lane track. It's feet, not metric, and a track for competition, certainly for high school competition. Not sure about middle school, but certainly at the high school level, it needs to be an 8-lane metric-based track. But nevertheless, this is what's there. There you see, that's kind of standing on the south, looking towards the north, the community center. Right here, the school. Here's one of the softball fields. Oh, I'm not good with that. Softball field, and then the baseball field is in another view there. Then here's another shot. This is looking from the west into the complex, another view. One thing here that's very important is this field, it has a really big slope. That will be a factor if there's anything else if we even came to the conclusion of having discussions about doing something. The field you're looking at, it doesn't look that slope there, but it would need a degree of grading. And this is an aerial view, again, overlooking. So essentially, that's the components here of what you're looking at with the Eisenhower field. And one piece that we want to share with you is that track, and now I'm going to another level in introducing this so that we're able to have this and you can deliberate on it in whatever is the pleasure of the board, at whatever time, of course. If you decide to accept the grant, and my understanding, Ms. Ronstadt was today was a webinar on the grant from LISC NFL, and they gave some information. And one of the pieces that we heard there is we have until April 15th to make commitments. We have about roughly 2 months to make commitments. And then if we were to say, yes, we want to go forward, there would be 18 months. There is a provision in there. It's not easy, but if for if we, in these 2 months before April 15th, came to a place where we thought something happened that would be more suitable. I have looked a lot in my short time here. Is there somewhere else that we already own or that we have that could be converted that would be a better situation? I haven't been able to find it. I don't think any of us have at this point. But if we were to, we have until April 15th as a possibility. And we heard that at the webinar today and last week when Tammy really tried to get an answer on that. Okay. And please stop me at any point. I'll try to stop with this piece here.
Ralph, can you make sure you stay in the mic because it's recorded and people are
I am so
watching?
sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
The field that we were looking at right here, that track, that's a very small surface area, and a curb needs to go around it if the board decides to accept the grant and go with these commitments that were aspirations that were put out there. It would make the most sense to take out, at the very least, take out that track, to ask permission and to enter. We need approval to be able to have detailed conversations with the UG. And if we were to be allowed to do that, it would be ideal to go ahead and put in the proper track at this time, and some new fencing and some limited bleaching and some grading on that west wall, and to even that out, because it would require moving over into almost to where that fence is there and over where that track is on the west side to do that. And to do that, a very, very rough estimate would be about $2,149,875. That would be the scenario where you would have the expanded field, surface field, because that track is gone, then the right standardized track for the way we do track today, and it would also include the field, the throwing events, which one proposal would be to put them between the baseball field and the softball fields, and I'll show a picture of that. A little bit of bleaching, a nice fence, and the grading that would be done on that side, and that's what would occur with that first phase. That is not touching any other component. There's then no plan at this time for baseball, softball, any additional parking or anything like that at this place here. So that is something that we felt if we're bringing that to you, we believe this would be a prudent thing to do, but it's over 2 times the cost of a commitment that was made in the matching. So I'll stop there. If there are any questions or any other area you want me to go towards.
Thank you, Dr. Turan. So we'll go ahead and open it up, and I'll start with Ms. Page, and then I'll come to Ms. Humphries.
Okay. You told us what they're going to give us in the grant. And then would the UG pay half of the difference, or we have to pay the whole thing?
I don't know. The only discussions in my time here, I do not know what commitments. There are no commitments from the UG in the grant. Let me take that back. There are no stated matching grants from the UG. It's all from the district.
So, and if I understand, Dr. Turan, that remaining dollars, the $550,000 I think Ms. Page is referring to, we're committing to coming up with those dollars doesn't necessarily mean that we have to pay for it. I mean, we can find other places to come up with that money. Is that correct? Or does it come directly from, I'm just thinking, can we apply for other grants from foundations or?
So, and I'll intersect. Technically, yes. I believe when the grant was written, there was money that was identified in capital outlay that was going to be used for the matching. It doesn't prevent, but just to be transparent, to do that, if you are then looking at another 10 months, you may miss some deadlines. So I think for the matching part for the grant and what we need to do there, that would be clearly, we will be asking the board when we came back from approval to allow that to come from the capital outlay dollars. Down the road, you could ask for things, but in order to stay within the 18 months, I don't necessarily know that if their grants are out there, if they will turn around fast enough to meet the requirements from the NFL and list.
Thank you.
And for clarity, I just want to make sure, you said a lot. And
Yes.
a lot of this we're just hearing.
Yes.
Okay, and we won't debate that, but neither here nor there. So the field, the track, you also said something about a water park. Does UG still cover the water park and some of the other things that are out there?
Well,
Or
I'm
will
sorry.
we have to take that on too?
The agreement between the district and the UG, as far as for what's maintained out there now, the UG, that's still in the agreement. What, in redoing the field and the track, because that's what we are adding, our commitment, I think it was on the slide, would be, was it $9,000 annually for maintenance? Am I
Yes.
misinterpreting that? Because that, the field and the track and those things that we're adding are, although there could be a process for community use, primarily that has been, will become district, if it's not already, Doug, you can tell us, if that's not already district responsibility, they will continue to be district responsibilities, but the UG will then still be responsible for whatever they're responsible for in the current agreement for that property, outside of the changes to that field. Correct, Doug? I'm looking at you. Doug is nodding yes.
And will we have, do we want to have I would think we would want to have a conversation about them paying part of this too.
We, with permission from the board, could enter those types of conversations about them, what is their level of commitment and what's their level of use. But I do just want to be transparent, given the timeline, we will be asking the board for the numbers that we are, have up there to make a commitment to that amount. If for some reason we could not come, find under grants, or if UG feels like they're only going to be responsible for what they currently are responsible for, so that we're not entering this, making an assumption that the UG would agree to something that we haven't discussed about maintenance and that kind of thing, specifically for the turf field and the track and the upgrades that we were making. That's not to say that the UG wouldn't, we just haven't discussed it, and unfortunately, given the timeline, the board would have to, if this is something the board wanted to move forward with that $9,000, is that the increased annually maintenance beyond the cost? That's what the board would be committing to. And if for some reason we got additional funds, it would be less that.
Go to Ms. Humphries, then Dr. Nguyen, then Ms. Russell.
I have a couple of questions. So we do not own all of the land that this would be on, correct?
We do not own all, that is correct. We do not own it.
I really have problems putting $2 million into something that we don't own, have control over. So would part of the conversation with the UG being asking them to deed over that land to us? That's one question. And when you have more than one person that's responsible for a building or track and field, who gets to control the usage? That's another thing I would want to know before the next meeting. Who's going to control who uses it when? who's going to decide who gets first shot at it? You had several groups say that they could be interested in using the field. Are they going to help pay for the maintenance of it?
So,
It's just, these are just
so the
questions.
question in regards to the UG, giving us the land, that's something, I'm not aware of those discussions, but that is definitely a request that we could ask.
And we
Can't make any guarantees around.
probably want to not talk on that publicly, but yeah.
That's just my concern, putting money into land
Yeah.
that we don't have control over.
Yeah. And then as far as who decides, the school will always have first rights to the usage, and then after that, we would follow our current policies around if we are renting facilities and those kind of things. Now, in most cases, when it's joint stuff like the UG, they would have like second rights and, you know, parks and recs or some, and then community based off the request would be the process to determine, but the schools would always have first rights. And as far as when you are allowing others to use it, just like we build in fees when our facilities are used, you can have some components, but we don't, if we had it, I wouldn't want to create barriers for community organizations, but you could charge some sort of nominal fee that would go towards the annual maintenance costs, like you could figure it out and have some clarity around that.
Because I support the athletics in our district and our community, that our tax dollars are for educating the students, not providing sports complexes, although having stadiums and places for our kids to play is very important and is part of our planning. That if this is going to be used mainly by other groups or the Parks and Recs Department, I feel very strongly that they should be contributing to it, because $2 million is a lot of money right now. Just some of the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Got about 5 questions here. One, for you, when you say you take ownership, were you involved in these conversations?
No, Dr. Nguyen, I wasn't, but as board president, I believe that I should take ownership of what's happened in our district, so that's why I said I would take ownership
okay.
for that.
And at a later time, I would like to see the documentation of these discussions, because I've never even heard we had these discussions and students and things like that. So that's on the table over there. Third, if this application was filed June 28th, what disturbs me is that, and I guess based on what you're saying, there was somebody thinking about some funds out here. We were in our budgetary phase, and I mean, the comment was like 2 seconds. So there was no clarity that we were first to get 250, you had to match 550. And then if I understand you now, to get 250, you have to have a plan. And is that the 2.4 million plan?
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
But you're not going to spend 800,000 on a field that doesn't
Have a
meet the
track.
demands.
Yeah. So if you were just going to do the field, it's the 250 and the 550. When I was brought into the conversation, I was like, we just need to be transparent, because you wouldn't want to do a nice turf football field and not have an actual 8-lane track. So it would make more sense and be more fiscally responsible to do the whole track and field together. And that's when it jumps up to the $2.4 million.
So the discussion is just, in order to get 250,000, we have to spend 2.4 million.
Yeah.
And
So Dr. Nguyen,
I have no understanding
Right.
how that is
So I-
fiscally responsible or even logical.
Right, so based off of when I went back and looked at some meetings, there was a line item that in capital outlay, for years it said Sumner Field, like the Sumner Field. It
Correct.
was $10 million. And then in the last year or so, it shifted to Eisenhower Sports Complex. So the thought process originally was because the Sumner Field and Sumner being landlocked and having some other piping concerns on the field.
Yes.
The thought was then you can build this larger sports complex out here, because if you then expand it to the Sumner Field, which is $10 million, would give Sumner first rights and those kind of things. The rough estimate, because then you would have to put in lights and do some other things, it's closer to 8 million. So it all still would have fell into the 10 million. It's my understanding of the thought process. So in that, if we were going to move forward with the Sumner Field, wherever, be it at the Eisenhower location or whatever, there was $10 million that was set aside. And so applying for the grant would reduce whatever the out-of-pocket would be. If we were moving forward to create a Sumner Field, it would reduce that. That is what
Was conveyed to you?
conveyed to me.
Well, with all respect of whoever conveyed it to you, I'd like to see some of our meetings where it was conveyed to us.
Correct.
And that's where I think
Yeah.
is the real gap. So I'll reserve right to ask other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Ms. Russell?
Yeah, so I just first want to say that I think this is a very unique and a very worthy opportunity. I think many of my colleagues have expressed the same concerns that I have, just as a citizen and as a parent. And so I guess my question is, do we not think that 60-plus days is enough time to have a concrete conversation with the UG? Because I do, and I'm concerned that for the same things Ms. Humphrey said, that we would be making a huge investment into property that's not ours, as well as there is no buy-in. And I also am looking for an answer to why the UG is now saying they can no longer maintain the property. Because based on the PowerPoint, it says KCKPS will assume responsibility of field maintenance formerly carried out by the UG. So also in that contract agreement, it also states those things, that any changes are, the UG is still it is still their property and they have ownership. So what does that look like moving forward when maybe we're not in these seats or whomever at the UG is not in the place to make those decisions? The other question I had based off of a remark made is currently that field is used on Saturdays during football season. Are we currently assessing fees for people utilizing that? Because I also, that is public property. So I'm also just trying to figure out how that works and how we would be able to then, if we make these upgrades, say, oh, well, public property, we're now charging for folks to utilize the field. So
I think, and Tammy is coming forward, I don't know if we're currently assessing, but the maintenance, so the maintenance part, I think when the grant was submitted, because there weren't verbose conversations with the UG, you had to say that if nobody else, we will be responsible for the maintenance. The maintenance of the turf and those sorts of things, if we are going to, it's a lot different than the grass and that kind of thing. So I think it was some of that. I'm operating just off just my general knowledge around turf fields and
Yes.
such. I don't know if we charge. I was just, if you were trying to share a cost, that would be something you could do. is not uncommon to have a nominal charge on common property depending on the maintenance and communities. Not advocating for it, I was just saying that could be an option. We could, yes, have conversations with the UG within the next 60 days. I just want it to be clear that in the end, if either there wasn't a bow tied on it and the board wanted to be move forward, here's what you are committing to financially, and to be clear on that part, because just in full transparency, here's the cost, and we can't necessarily make an assumption about what the UG would or wouldn't do. And to be fair to them, I don't think we have had any conversations about shared costs or anything like that.
I guess where I come from is there is a letter of recommendation from Parks and Rec, and so they knew before anyone else at this table currently knew either, because they played a hand in the recommendation. And so that's where I just want to
But I think it was a letter of recommendation saying, yes, we support, but it wasn't necessary. I don't know who signed the letter from decision makers who can commit dollars and cents. Like, I think it was just, yes, we have this agreement on this property already, and we would support it being expanded. So to be fair to them, I don't know if their commissioners, boards, whomever would be making financial decisions know that the letter of recommendation. They may or may not, but that's what I'm saying. It was like a general letter of support because it's shared property now.
Yeah, and I guess just my last thought is, somewhere in here it said that this grant was focused a lot on partnerships, and so I guess that is the other piece that I am just trying to understand is what connection, if we don't have any partnerships going into this, what we have to do in order to ensure that piece is made, that it's not just a school-ran property, but what other partnerships or expectations do we have, so.
And if I may say, and Dr. Stubblefield referenced turf fields, and looking at what you quoted, and I'm glad you brought it up because my editing skills really failed on that statement, because the fact is that field has never been maintained for turf. It was grass, and it's been a long time ago, maybe budget cuts, and maintaining turf is a whole different thing. And if the NFL is going to put up $250,000, then they want to see somebody sign, seal, deliver that it's going to be maintained, and it's a whole different thing than a grass field. So I apologize, that was not a well-stated bullet on that.
You're fine.
And in terms of the current use?
I just wanted to give a little history on your question. I believe it was about 20 years ago, the City Rec quit doing tackle football, and they've had a kind of an inconsistent flag. Last year, they had a really good year with some numbers, but that field hasn't been used competitively. Even our kids don't practice on it. PE classes use it. It's open in the Saturday, so I'm not sure who from the city, youth groups would be using it. There's another flat field right next to it that I think they tend to use that more. The drainage all collapsed, so it has it's not safe. And so it's just sitting there unsafe for kids to use. So that's kind of how we started in the process. But I believe that's why they aren't maintaining it, as they had dropped their programs. They didn't have a need to update it, so that's why. And we did, you probably noticed little marks on the track. Doug helped us in sealing 1-inch, 2-inch cracks that were on that track, so it'd be safe for our kids in PE to walk on. So the facility itself really hasn't had much done to it. Now, the City Rec does work pretty hard on the Eisenhower baseball field, the cost to fix that, as well as those softball pieces.
And then I will add, Rachel, that if there are individuals who just show up there because it's open and they're using it, no one, they just may figure
Well, I've seen organized.
Yeah.
Like organized games out there.
Right, but I'm saying if they know that nobody is using it, it's worked for them for years,
Okay.
there could be people just showing up there and it's understood that they're there at that time. Or the Parks and Recs could be, organizing that. But I will say that happens a lot in communities like this is what we do, and people show up and use it on a regular basis, yeah.
Other questions or discussion from the board?
Mr. Lopez, I would really like to see us have a discussion with UG. We're giving up a lot, and if we're giving all that, then we ought to own the property. And, it doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
The way it's set up, to me, it's not beneficial. And we say we want to be good people to take care of our budget and make sure we're doing the right thing. This is not a fair deal. And it just bothers me sometimes when we get into the I'm not saying we're not a business. We do business things. But at least let's get a fair deal. We're putting in more than what we're getting out to a certain degree.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pate. And I think, I would agree, and I think part of why we're having this conversation now is that staff has kind of paused because the board did not know what was happening, and so coming to the board to bring information and then requesting guidance on whether they should re-engage in some of those conversations. At least that's what I'm hearing or understanding is
Yes.
staff has paused any of that's happening, but looking to us to see if we would give them the green light, per se, to continue conversations, to look into and have some of those discussions that you're mentioning. So that's my understanding. I don't want to misinterpret what's
No,
happening.
absolutely correct.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen?
Yeah, I've got two questions, please. Is this 9,000 for what?
The 9,000 is the commitment for the field maintenance that the NFL list required that we have. We have a detailed one-page statement on all the things we will do to maintain the turf field over a 5-year period.
Just the turf, not the track, not
the track. It
anything
doesn't
else.
even address the track in this.
Okay, so this is, okay. And thank you for that.
Yes.
And I apologize up front, Mr. Lopez, but I don't see it like that. I don't see that the staff is pausing, because in my opinion, the staff should not have ever done anything without board approval. So it's not a pause, it's a stop. Now, and I think I made this clear a couple of meetings ago. You don't make a commitment without coming to a governing board. So, Dr. Stubblefield, you're in the staff has put you in an awkward position. And again, I'll say, on paper, even the 800,000, almost $1 million to get 250,000. You don't do that. You have a governing board. So the pause is a stop as far as I'm concerned. And it should never have occurred. But since it did, now we're in a bind. But again, a 2.4 million for 250,000 doesn't make sense. But I've already said that, and I'm not going to repeat myself. So thank you very much, Mr. Blue.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. And I agree. I think that was what how we started the conversation, was acknowledging that, and staff inherited this project, the current staff that we have, and so acknowledging that there were some missteps and that they should have come to the board to get, if they wanted to commit the district, they did not have that authority. So I think you're right. I think we're saying the same thing, that when this came up, that's why it's stopped. The conversations have stopped and nothing has moved forward, and we're bringing that to the board to have the discussion. So pause, stopped, it has stopped, but because we want to make sure it comes back to the board.
Press releases.
I'm sorry?
And press releases and mud or face.
Yeah.
Well, and I do want to just also say, and I totally hear what you're saying about, how much are we going to have to commit versus what we're potentially receiving. I don't want to get lost in the conversation, the opportunity that does exist to receive a grant like this for our community, to invest into facilities that are outdated and that we need to invest in. So I don't want it to get lost in the conversation that this is a good thing too, and a good investment in our older and outdated facilities. I understand we have to have the conversation, and $2.4 million or the larger cost, that is a lot of money, and something the board should really consider whether we move forward on or not. That's why we're here, and so to have the conversation and to make wise decisions. But I don't want it to get lost that this is a really positive thing for the community to be recognized by the NFL, by a local nonprofit, to say, we believe in what you all want to do. We believe that you all want to invest in state-of-the-art facilities, athletic facilities for your students. And I don't think that should get lost within this conversation as well. Understanding that we want to be fiscally responsible, but I also understand that this is a really positive message for our community as well. So I just wanted to say that.
And Mr. Lopez, it also says something about our UG. They should be doing this. They have cut out a lot and not done enough for these kids in this area. And all the ownership shouldn't be on us. It should be on them as well. When you don't even open a swimming pool, they don't have any other activities for these kids to do. They have a responsibility, and they should be spending some money as well. They should meet us halfway. They have not. They keep shifting and trying to make deals, and it never comes out of their pocket, but it comes out of ours. And it's not fair to the people who live here and who pay taxes.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
So I do have a question. I 100% agree with just getting clarity on boundaries and land and not making this type of investment because of that. But I want to get some clarification on the extra funding. So if we were to go, my understanding is the $2.4 million is what we would need.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, that's an estimate. We don't, based off of preliminary stuff, but minimally, based off of the cost to do that type of upgrade is 2.4.
Okay, so approximately 2.4 million, but I want to be clear on or understand where that's coming from, because I heard Sumner.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, I'm also concerned about us not putting a bow on that situation. I think a lot of people have question mark. And then how do we make it clear? Because we're talking about a middle school versus a high school. And so.
So I think it's located on the same property as the middle school. And there were, and I'm piecing stuff together based off multiple conversations. The line item for the Sumner Field, like, Slagle has it, Washington, there is a line item in the capital outlay budget that's at Sumner Field, and it was $10 million. And so if that were to then be the Sumner home field, that is about $7 million.
Okay.
Well, yes, Dr. Stubblefield, it would be if the notion was that we would have night games like high schools have, because then you get into lighting, then you get into a field house, into concessions, and not limited bleachers, but bleachers like you see at Wyandotte or at Schlegel. I'm using what I think is the oldest school to the newest field. And to add that all in, that's a price tag of about $7 million.
So basically, we're talking about repurposing funds. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I understand the
Yes.
misstep. I understand all of that. But if I go into the grand scheme of the ask here, I'm concerned about the property, and then I want to understand the funds. So we're talking about repurposing funds and then putting a bow on the whole Sumner situation, making sure our community and our kids understand this is now your field because of X, Y, and Z. My understanding?
Yes,
Okay.
And I would say that part of that, and I don't know that we need to go into it tonight, we certainly can if it's the board's pleasure, but as Sumner was being vetted, my understanding there are very serious sewer lines and drains and so forth, that if we ever had to dig that up, it would be very, very difficult and costly.
I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Russell, thank you.
I just want a point of clarity. You weren't saying that we were making Eisenhower, we're just utilizing the funds that were previously utilized for Sumner Academy. You would be taking 3 million out of there. You would still have a line item that says 7 million Sumner Academy field and 3 million Eisenhower field.
You could approach it that way, but if you wanted that to be the Sumner field, it would be the $7 million. If you are going to still allow, just keep them separate, you would, yes, have 7 million to go towards a home field for Sumner, and then that will be more of a community joint field, and you don't jump up to the $7 million cost. I think where we are, whether it's stop, we're not doing this, not tonight, because we can answer more questions. We need, and I heard what I have down is to have conversations with the UG about their level of commitment. And I just want to be clear, that's district administrative staff, or is there any expectation that board members would be a part of that, or we would bring back our discussions to the board, and those that need to be discussed in executive session would be executive session? Because if we move forward with the conversations, I don't want there to be any confusion around that on the front end. Are we bringing information back to the board, or is there expectations that board members would be in the room at the table, like a joint meeting? And I don't know exactly who that would be with at the UG. I just want clarity on that.
Well, wouldn't it make sense that we need more information, and we need to know who's doing what, who's getting what, who owns what? Is this our property?
Yeah, so we can get all of that information. I'm saying that basic information we can get, but if we are entering conversations around what's your level of commitment and those kind of things, are we moving forward? So if I direct Dr. Turan to start engaging with whomever at the UG, and then bring information back and possibly here's what we landed, what information do you need? I just want clarity that those initial conversations, that board members are not wanting to be in the room or at the table.
I'm not interested.
I think that would be a staff administration
Okay.
conversation, open to discussion, but I think it's cleaner if you all enter those conversations, obviously not committing the district to anything.
Right, but to bring
but
information
bring
back.
information back to the full board so we all have the same information moving forward.
That would be very helpful. And I remember being on negotiating teams for boards, and they would give us guidance. You can go this far, but no further without coming back here. And I'm very comfortable with knowing what your will is towards this, and then trying to get the best that we can towards that end.
Great. Ms. Humphries?
I just need a little clarification. That 2.4 million does not include lighting, correct?
Does not include what? I'm sorry, Nate.
2.4 does not include lighting.
2.4, and actually on my slide, I show 2.149, Doug, or is it 2. It's 2.4, okay. Well, and by the way, the estimates we gave you right here, I guess I was thinking of 2.1449. These estimates, we try to think of inflation, and we kind of, if any error was to go higher than too low, so we wouldn't have to come back and say, oh, grading that west wall, we put 200,000. We don't think it's going to be over that. It may be a little bit below that, but we have not gotten anybody out there and get an estimate. We've had a professional kind of look at it, I think. or maybe just the.
Ralph, remember the mic.
So, I am so sorry. We got advice on that amount, but it's a very big estimate with the thought that we'd rather it be higher than lower. Doug?
I'm sorry, since I shouted, good evening, everybody. Since I shouted from the back, I wanted to clarify. The total would be 2.4 just for the track and the field, but then, well, where'd your slide go? Then, remember, we could deduct the 250,000. That's where the 2.1 comes in. The 250,000 grant funds comes up to 2.1.
Yes, that's, okay. Thank you.
The second part of my question is, does that make it a competition, track and field, without the
Yes.
lighting?
Yes, you just couldn't go, like, once it gets dark, you would not, in certain areas, you wouldn't have the proper lighting.
Because some of the track meets go late into the evening. So I didn't know if that would take away from the usage.
Yeah, if we were to, if the board gave permission to move forward, we could include the lighting component.
Yes, the 2,149, 2.4, take away the 250. We do not have a middle school play set. They really could play middle school football, soccer, track meets for that amount that would be daytime without lights. There could be C-team high school football, JV high school. There could be soccer teams that could play in daylight. It does not include the lights. It has limited bleachers. It'll have a nice fence around it. And usually what you'll see is people kind of standing or sitting, bringing their own chairs. That West Hill kind of has a slope. But it would not be for being able to do a night event. It's not adding any additional parking. There are 89 stalls of parking on the school side. There's a lot of places to park all around that area, so there's capacity there.
But that would be 2.4 million just for daylight hour access.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you. And I like for clarity as far as what staff is to discuss.
So it sounds, so thank you. I think part of what staff wants to guidance on is enter into some of those conversations with the UG to find out the answers to the questions that are being asked tonight, and to ask what the UG might be willing to, how they might be willing to work with us on the field and the entire project. So that's my understanding is to.
First, the property boundaries.
Right, and so that's.
How do you acquire the land? So let's be clear.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's, and I want us to be careful about what we discuss in open session, but I think it's giving staff permission to enter into those conversations to get clarity on a lot of the questions and discussion points that were brought up tonight around the land use, who owns it, how this field potentially may move forward or not, and who pays for what. I think that's, and it sounds like Dr. Stubblefield has notes based on the conversation on what they'll discuss with the youth.
And then my last point, as we discuss this more, it's interesting because Dr. Stubblefield, this is the first time reference has been made to making this a Sumner home field. That has never come up.
And so I just want to say that was a side conversation that said potentially it could be because where Sumner is, you can't.
Correct. We've had that discussion of the problems under the, but never of touching that 10 million either. So it's, as I say, as we talk through it, this is what's necessary, and that's the point of this evening. But maybe we need to put this on the agenda for the retreat, because we're not going to settle anything tonight. I don't believe, I don't know.
No, and tonight was really information, and we weren't asking the board to take action, and we would either we would bring back update if we had any information in 2 weeks that either needed to be discussed in public or executive session. And We just would need to board to make a decision prior to April 15th, because that's when either we need to say we are not moving forward with the grant to the NFL, or yes, we are. So either way, we would have to give them notice by April 15th, correct? Tammy, and, yeah, so, of either acceptance or not.
Thank you. Other questions or discussion? Okay, thank you, Dr. Turan, Doug, Dr. Stubblefield, for the information, Ms. Romstad. Board, thank you for the great conversation. I know more questions will arise, and more conversation needs to be had. So please, as questions come up, email those to Dr. Stubblefield, and we will make sure to continue to address this conversation and get updates as the staff get updated on the information as well. But thank you for the great discussion tonight on this important topic. All right, before we continue on with our agenda, we will take a quick 7-minute recess, and then we will be back. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and continue and resume our meeting. Thank you for allowing us a quick break. Okay, next on our agenda, board item number 10, board discussion. First agenda item, letter A, is continuing conversation around our budget priorities. So I'll go ahead and pass this on to Dr. Stubblefield, Ms. Tracy Kaiser.
Thank you, and I'll start, and Tracy may jump in. I'm just sharing my screen on the main screen. At the last meeting, we did discuss, the priorities that were shared by the board last year and asked board to share any others. The two that came up were the Welcome Center, which I'm still gathering information on to see if there would be any additional costs to centralize at least a portion of when our new families come to the district of it being centralized here. And I should have more information at the next board meeting. And then the other one was to bring all of our lowest paid employees to $15 an hour. We did share what that would cost, and after some further clarification from HR, there would not, as long as, when increases were given or we maintain our current scales based off of the increases that the board gave last year and moving forward, there would not be any issue with hourly employees necessarily jumping over like lower level, not lower level, but management that is in not similar pay ranges. So it is possible, and I don't, because I'm sharing my screen, I don't remember what that exact cost was, but it's in the previous PowerPoint. So this time, I wanted just so all of the board would know, because then as we start to have more robust conversations as we're meeting, we're building principles and looking at staffing based off of enrollment, and as they start to complete their needs assessments, I just wanted to share with the board what the general budget and the big buckets of money, what they are and what they typically are used for. So the first one is general funds, and it gives you the breakdown of what we spend out of that for salary and benefits, and then balance for other expenses. The second one is supplemental general funds, is the LOB, and it shows you how much salaries and benefits come out of there, and then what's allocated for other expenses. And then at risk, that amount, and then what is salary and benefits and balance and other expenses. And I'll come back to any of it. And this currently shows what is in capital outlay, nutritional services, and then special education. But in each one of those budgets where salary and benefits are taken out of it, I just wanted the board to see those larger costs in case there are questions that we can prepare for, or if you have questions around there. I will go back to the at-risk funds, and currently of the 35 million salary and benefits, and I will say over the course of the next couple of years, we do need to tie more specific programs, research-based programs, and where we do have salary tied to it, we do need to produce more data directly to why those positions directly tied to best practices and research-based programs. So we do need to make some shifts there, so we will be looking at that. It's not something that we can undo, like I can't just necessarily, well, I guess we could if the board told me to, but it will be difficult for the amount of salaries and benefits that are currently tagged to that, but that is something that we can start to address moving forward next year to peel off so that it's not so heavy salary and benefits. Questions or additional information that you may need? And I'll stop sharing my screen, but you do have this document as well as the document from last week.
Questions from the board for Dr. Stubblefield? Dr. Nguyen?
And thank you, Mr. Lopez. So what's your ask? What are you asking?
So at the previous meeting, we asked, were there any priorities that weren't identified, that you all identified priorities last year that you wanted us to gather information on? And the two that came up in the previous board meeting was bringing our lowest paid employees to $15 an hour, and also looking into reopening the Welcome Center that was located here. I don't know if there's any additional cost to do that. So I was asking, are there other things, and this won't be the last opportunity when you look at that larger budget. I think, and Tracy, if you can tell me, I think based off our enrollment, we would get an additional, is it $4 million or 6? Tracy, am I making this up? I don't have it in front of me. With the additional funds, are there particular things that you want to be prioritized in the budget and/or for us to bring more information back regarding next year's budget?
Yes, Dr. Stubblefield, just based on the increase in base per pupil, going from $4,706 this year to $4,846 next year, that gives us additional funding of $6.9 million. We know our health insurance premiums are going to be going up $2.4 million, so it leaves a discretionary balance of about $4.5 million in additional funding.
Tracy, what was the cost to take the remainder of our staff to $15 an hour?
$2,885,000.
So Tracy, is there an additional, essentially, if this, I'll say this 12th check comes in June, does that provide us any additional funds instead of the last payment coming in July?
The last payment from the state?
As proposed in the governor's budget.
I'm not sure about that, Dr. Nguyen. I've always thought we received our last payment for July that was credited back to June. So I'm not sure if there's something additional I'm not aware of.
Right, Greg, are you aware of that in the governor's budget?
No, I'm not.
Within her budget, there's an attempt to make that July payment in June.
Okay.
So does that give us any additional, or does it then take it off at the other end?
I don't think that would impact us because we always receive the payment in July and then we credit it back to June of the previous year. So if we receive the money earlier, we might have a little bit more interest on it or something like that, but it's not going to impact our whole year.
And I think, Dr. Nguyen, the districts that it does impact are those whose contingency funds are lower. So if they don't receive it, they don't have anywhere to draw off of if they are paying whatever their monthly expenses are. But because we're in a different situation with contingency, by it coming late, it doesn't impact us month to month as it would with a district that doesn't have it.
Well, probably someone needs to find out, because the conversation is that it would give you that money instead of just on the books, the actual dollars.
Dollars, yes.
And then number two, I don't know the actual bill number, but I'm sure you're aware of a proposed bill that's in the Senate that not only does it ask to consider needs assessments, it also asks to consider state assessments and documenting that those factors were considered in making your next budget. So once again, Mr. Lopez, I sound like a broken record when it came to the needs assessment that the board did not consider, in my opinion. But if then this Senate bill passes, and I don't have the language, and Greg, you'll have to ask, or Sean, or somebody's got to tell us the wording, how it's supposed to operate. How do you document that you consider not both needs assessments by educational, by school, and state assessments by school. So I don't know the provisions, how you document it, but something for us to consider. Once again, it's a choice, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to probably, if it doesn't meet somebody's rule or measure, the next year will be tied with removing funds. I mean, it's a very negative atmosphere in K-12 budget. But that nevertheless, go back to your original question, what would, the cost of, how would it impact our budget for looking at state assessments as well? So I don't know how you frame that in looking at the budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other questions?
I want to make sure I understand the question. So we are talking about where additional funds and priorities and where those could be. Am I?
Well, we wanted to make the board aware of the additional funds based off of the enrollment and the per pupil budget. But also make sure that the things that, like insurance, if we increase the the lowest paid employees to $15 an hour, if we bring back, so that when we bring the complete package to the board, that we've made sure that we've included that information in that, and then also to get clarity, so Dr. Nguyen sharing that the needs assessments and state assessments, how we're using that to determine how we allocate budget, be it at-risk funds or other funds, to each school, to make sure when we put our presentation together that the board has that actual information and how we documented it.
Okay. I'm not sure how this aligns, but one thing we've heard a lot is we're spending a lot of time continuously onboarding staff to lose that staff. And so I don't know what your thoughts are, or where you need dollars there with retention and culture. I'm sure you've already made some strides there. But if I'm thinking about going forward, it's like, how do we stop the bleeding outside of what will naturally occur?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none. Again, if you do have questions, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield, or further comments. Again, we'll continue this conversation at the next meeting. Thank you. All right, next on our agenda, under board discussion, item B, the thought exchange results regarding potential time revisions. So I will go ahead and pass this along to Dr. Stubblefield.
And I am sharing my screen again. So last Monday, we held a live thought exchange to get feedback on the potential. The question that we asked was, considering the challenges and benefits of each, what are your thoughts and questions about the proposed options? And that was reference to the option that was shared with the board and then the community around shifting start times in order to provide more transportation to our middle school students. So based off of that, we had 2,315 participants, 2,730 thoughts, and 43,309 star ratings. Now, those numbers, when it says participants, do show duplications of, if I entered as a parent and I have a child and I also work for the district, I could check all of those boxes. So I'm just going to give you a quick high-level overview of what that consisted of. In this presentation, I did just pull the highest rated thoughts. I don't think people can see that, but it is available on board docs. But the highest rated thoughts were around later dismissals for young children is not safe. During winter hours, they will be getting home after dark. The second one was staff are not being considered with the school change. we're in a teacher shortage. This change will result in teachers leaving the district. And the third was these proposed changes do not seem to take into consideration time constraints for elementary level students and teachers. Then Thought Exchange breaks it down by themes, so you can look at that information. And then these were the themes that got the most stars scored, like that spoke to people, and they either rated them for various reasons. Here are, again, the same thoughts around the lateness for children, young children getting home during the winter hours, with the elementary students going to school from 9:30 to 4:30. Students will be getting off the bus and walking home when it's dark in the winter months. And getting off the bus in the dark will be danger for younger students. That came up several times for a lot of people. And again, the staff not being considered is horrible for staff, and changing times will likely push staff out of the district. So when we looked at, those were the most highly rated thoughts, but there was a perspective, and that's where we look at this particular slide around the differences. There were individuals who believe, I think this is good, especially because the students will sleep a little more and go to sleep more awake with a more positive attitude. And there were some who believed, I like the idea. Changing time seems like a good step. That thought was out there, but fewer people felt that way. Again, there were some who believe that the proposed option is reasonable, and those opposite thoughts was, I don't understand the point of changing the time. And where there was commonality between those who rated in opposite ways was everyone has to come to school on time, and that it was important for everyone to have transportation. So the next slide also shows some differences, and then where there was common ground. As a working parent, the time change would impact my ability to get my child to school before having to report to work. And then please leave the times the same because the new times would make it harder for childcare to be obtained. So based off of that, we submitted a new proposal to the board because our original problem that we were trying to solve was not to address sleeping or those kind of things. It was actually to address transporting more middle schools. So the option that we're proposing tonight to the board is not to impact elementary or change their times at all, leave them all the same. The only difference would be whether the board moves forward with this or not, is changing New Stanley to 8:30 because they're the only elementary that currently starts at 8:15. And that was a request that came outside of this, and that can be changed next year without any hiccups, and we can communicate that to families. But if we wanted to provide more transportation to middle schools, the option is to flip middle schools to the earlier tier and leave Sumner as it is, and then change high school to, 750. And then you can provide, we would be able to provide transportation to all middle school students who live 1.0 miles or more, which would address the original charge by the board was to explore how this can be done. The reason we haven't just said add them back, like leave everybody alone and add all of these routes, the reality is we have a shortage of bus drivers. In switching these times, we can leverage the bus drivers that we already have, and then there's a slight increase between now and then of bus drivers we would need to be able to recruit to make this happen if we did it for the beginning of next year. So just wanted to share where we were, and based off the feedback, my recommendation and suggestion would be, regardless of what the board decides to do, that we don't change elementary times because there's a lot of challenges, unintended consequences that would occur if we push elementary back.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Questions from the board? I see Ms. Humphries.
On this new schedule that you are suggesting, it says that one of the benefits is the flexibility to offer before-school tutoring at the high schools. how can we do that when we have a shortage of buses? Are we gonna run the route twice?
No, so that would be for, I think when Lenore and her team put this together, you could offer it, but you wouldn't be offering transportation. So if kids had their own transportation and/or can get there by other means, you could have some before-school tutoring, but we would not be able to provide transportation.
So that's really not something that we should look at being a good idea because we're not offering it to all the students, correct?
It would be available. I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea. It was just saying the opportunity would be there because staff would be there and kids could access them before school. And in a lot of cases, honestly, our buses do drop off really early, some of them, so those arrangements possibly could be made because staff may actually physically be there at the high school because right now, like when the buses drop off early, staff may not be, they get there a little later. So I think it was some of that was thought into it. But it's a possibility that could be explored, but not with transportation.
Okay, because right now, if you ride the bus to and from school and you stay after school for a half hour for tutoring, are you provided a bus home, a late bus?
There is a late bus, but it's not 30 minutes after school. It's more tied to athletics. That at the middle school level, we opened it up to all of the students to be able to ride the late bus, but it's not 30 minutes. You would be there a little longer than 30 minutes.
So we no longer have the 3:30 bus at the middle schools?
I don't believe so. It's just the athletic bus.
You can just catch the
Yeah.
6 o'clock bus.
Other questions? Ms. Page?
Yeah, first, let me apologize. I didn't ask this question before. It just kind of ran through, and I'm not asking for an answer right now. But with the new schedule, there's the issue of security. Now, if they're dropping them off early, are we clear? Do we have people there to make sure that everybody's safe?
So currently, with our high schools, and they're on the early tier, there are people there before the staff gets there. Yes, now they're consistently there before school.
And the current, if we don't get any more drivers, this new system will make sure that everybody's picked up and there's not a problem?
And if Miguel or Lenore is on, the reason they put this proposal together and they believe that we would be able to provide transportation for all of the kids who are 1 miles or greater from their school.
And Dr. Stubblefield, this is Lenora. It would be for the middle schools only.
Yes.
And the drivers would start just a little bit earlier because we have that flexibility on the front end of that where we can run additional stops for middle school and accommodate that 1 mile eligibility for middle school only.
Okay.
Other questions or thoughts from the board? Again, this is discussion purposes tonight. No, nothing being asked of the board to act on tonight, but want to make sure we give us all the time to ask any questions we might have.
I'm just curious on why middle school only. Is it because of staffing, buses? Okay.
So at elementary, we provide transportation for elementary students who are 0.8 miles or greater. And middle school currently is 1.5. At the beginning of this school year, that was a change specifically for Carl B. Bruce area, that's where all of this was birthed from, when those parents who came and shared their concerns about the change. And so when Lenore and her team looked at it, we looked at it across the district versus just one school, because I think periodically, every year it comes up at the other middle schools, so that's why it was looked at. High school, typically, we have been hurt a lot, but if you try to do it at high school, you need more routes.
Okay, that was my question, really, was around high school.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would increase the number of routes and drivers, because right now in high school, I believe it's 1.5. If I'm wrong, Lenore or Miguel, tell me.
Okay.
No, you're correct.
Okay.
Ms.
It would allow us to make more bus stops for the middle schoolers on the front end of the day, and then at the PM part of the day with the new proposal. Because the tiers are so close together, the bell tiers, that we don't have time to insert more bus stops for middle school.
So that would mean, because middle schoolers currently get to school at 7:50 a.m. They would now be getting there at 7:15, and they would be getting out at 2:10. So that would shift their start time 35 minutes earlier.
And it'll also shift their pickup times as well.
Yeah.
Ms. Russell?
So thank you to everyone that has put in the time for this. I will say up front, I have a strong disagreement with middle school students being at school at 7:15. This goes back to the science around how adolescent brains work, and I think we heard a lot of those arguments in these conversations as well. I'm also interested to know if this current, now updated schedule is going to go back out for feedback, because I think we will see a lot of the same concerns from staff, from families. We now have middle schoolers getting home before their high school older sibling is home. So thinking about even my child being a sixth grader and having to be at the bus stop at like 6:30 in the morning for her first year of middle school, I just don't know if I'm comfortable with that. And I would think that would be a lot of the same things that we heard in elementary. And I'm still waiting to find out, like, what is the impact? Like, I understand this all started at Carl Bruce, but how many individuals are we talking about at Carl Bruce when we're talking about now making it a district-wide change? And what, are we talking about 50 kids who need a 0.5 difference and now we're impacting the entire district? Or are we talking about hundreds of kids who need a 0.5 change and we're still impacting the entire district by that?
So I think at the beginning, if Miguel is on there, he can tell you how many routes, or we can provide that information. And I think when, I believe, well, I know when they looked at it, Colby Bruce families were vocal because it was the most recent change for them, but we've heard from all of the middle schools. Well, they've heard from all of the middle schools over the years. They just didn't necessarily come to the board. So it was really not, it was really trying to do what was equitable for all middle schoolers, because regardless of where they live, families were experiencing the same thing, and not just addressing those who were vocally speaking out. So if the board said solve it for Colby Bruce only, we can absolutely do that. But transportation, what they shared is, you're hearing from Colby Bruce, but we hear from every school every year when kids go from elementary to middle school because of that change from 0.8 to 1.5. So that's where it came from.
And I understand that. I guess I'm just looking for like the actual data. So like, is it because 15 people at one time decided to call 1 year, or is it like 100? Like I'm looking for the hard data.
Can I ask Miguel and them that, but at the beginning of the year, the board did charge administration to try to solve this transportation problem. We could not solve it in this year, which is why the late bus was open, and we offered up some other solutions. But looking into next year, this is how we were trying to solve it. If the board decides that none of these are feasible and leave the schedule as is, whatever we're charged to bring back, we can do that. So would we open up another thought exchange for feedback specifically to middle school families and high school families, absolutely, we could do that, because now elementary would be, and we can bring that information back. But I do think, to your point, Rachel, if the board wants us to narrow it to Carl B. Bruce, because that was the original group that was here, we can do that as well.
Ms. Drew?
I'd just like to say that considering what has changed, know that everybody's working, trying to make the right decisions based upon what we've had to do to meet the needs of the students. And will everyone like what we choose? Possibly not. But what we have to do is to look at the entire picture and look at it as a whole and make a decision, and trust that the individuals who are researching and finding the information, presenting it to us. Will we all agree? No. Will the community agree? Probably not. But we have to put something into place, because what we have been traditionally dealing with doesn't exist anymore since we're dealing with COVID-19. So my only suggestion is that as a board, the only way that we will be able to gain success is to try to make the best decisions for all, whether we agree or not. But if we move forward with this proposed plan for 2022, 2023, let's see if it works. Because the way I grew up, it's changed. Things have moved in a more positive direction. Instead of looking at the negativity, let's try to be a little bit more positive. And not, I'm saying that no one is negative. I'm just saying, let's try to look at it in a positive way so that we can move forward to bring about some positive changes within our students, to be able to help them to be able to recognize that they need strong guidance, they need positive learning, and that they're dealing with academic problems as well as emotional. But if we put in a plan that will work for them, they may be able to move in the right direction. And if we have to come back and regroup, let's do that. But I think what they're suggesting as far as this proposed plan is something I think we need to agree upon.
Ms. Russell?
I would also like to ask or request not only middle school and high schools be surveyed, but also a staff survey of middle schools, because I think what we then also run up against is that we're asking our staff to be at school way before 7 o'clock, because if school starts at 7:15, that means teachers have to have a plan for their families and everyone else before they can even get there at 7. And I don't know any local schools that start school before 7:30. And so I just would also want to recognize what the impact on our staff would be to make a change like this.
Yeah, and included in this we would open up the thought exchange to those levels, and staff was included last time, and they would be included this time. And I will say, several of the thoughts around that did come from staff, which we heard. So we can do the same thing and come back and share that, and then the board can make a decision from there. But we can set up a thought exchange and send it directly to those families since they've engaged in it. We wouldn't necessarily have to do a live one again because the background, but we could do a live one, so I could work with Edwin and we can set it up and figure out a time to do it.
And if there is a way to send that to 5th grade parents, because they will get the brunt end of this as well.
But they will, it'll be open like it is in any, like you can be a 1st grade parent.
Okay, I got
Do it. We will
Thank you for that
target, we would target our current middle and high school staff, but the link was just out there live, and anybody, even if they didn't have kids in the district, they could have offered their perspective on it.
Ms. Page?
Yeah. I know we have a shortage of drivers, and I don't know if we can legally do this, but I'm just asking. For those 28 drivers that we're missing, the money that we would have used to pay them, can we not contract with another bus company? I know we have our own. We don't have enough people. So I'm just saying, can we not hire another company to drive those buses, so that way you don't have to change the time schedules?
Yeah.
You get them to pick the kids up until we can hire the people to do it.
Right, and we did explore that, but I do want, the whole reason all the districts are having this conversation, every bus company has shortages, and every school district, if you drive past any, they're saying we're hiring drivers, we're giving bonuses. Everybody is facing the same thing. So we could definitely more seriously explore it. However, I do know some of the reasons some schools were closed last week, including weather, was they didn't have enough drivers. And that wasn't our case here at USD 500, but I did talk to several metropolitan superintendents. Coupled with the weather, they didn't have enough drivers, and those companies that they contract with needed additional days to garner up drivers or to make sure they had people to cover the routes. So it's something we can definitely explore. I'm just saying, is a driver shortage across the nation.
Uncle, I'm thinking of these little vans that I see the ones that are used to pick up the homeless. I don't know what their situation is, but they're used quite a bit. So if they could be
we
used.
currently do contract with a couple of companies. Miguel and Lenore can tell me assisted transportation, and another transportation that we use for sped routes and parochial routes and some of those. So we do currently contract with them, but their capacity, like if we were specifically, because one of the things we talked about, if high school moved back, we would have to think about the kids who go to the tech center, because the tech center starts at 7:30. So it's about 150 kids. So we could explore transporting them on those. But when you are talking about a wider range of kids, they start to tap out as they're, because we did have that conversation about, can we use a contracted company to transport Sumner kids, because a lot of buses are used for that, and then that would free. And it wasn't feasible in the amount of small vans that you would have to have. But Miguel and his team can definitely explore that, and we can bring that information back as well.
Because the reality is, we don't have enough bus drivers, and that's a problem. And it's a catch-22, because I think we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. But we got to do something, and we're not going to please everybody. But we got to do what we can do to get them there.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Just one. Would it be organized chaos if there was an opt-in, opt-out? So I'm thinking about those kids that live within that certain mileage that would not naturally be qualified to ride the bus. Is there a way to find out, do you need transportation, and then accommodate those students only versus impacting everyone? And I don't know if that would be chaotic.
I can ask Miguel and his team. I don't think it's a matter of chaos. I think it's a matter of, if you have 50 kids that are not on the same route and they all need transportation, you got to transport. So once you pay for that, you might as well, if you could, but I can definitely ask them what that looks like.
We're just brainstorming, so, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you, Board, for the conversation, discussion, and guidance for Dr. Stubblefield and staff. This, again, information discussion purposes, so we will continue to bring this forward as we explore more options and survey our staff and families. Thank you. Continue our,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, I was just jumping right in.
Sorry, Dr. Stubblefield. Well, continuing our agenda, item number C under board discussion, just an update and conversation for the board around our COVID-19 testing. So I'll go ahead and just pass it on to Dr. Stubblefield.
So I just wanted to give the board an update around COVID-19 testing since we started after the break. The company that we have an MOU with has notified us that at the end of this week, they will no longer be providing the testing. So given that, we will have to move to self-administer tests. And right now, we're still working to get more saliva tests, but they are not readily available. There are certain tests, there's just a test shortage. So we would have to, the health service team and Tiffany's on, they would create protocols around what the self-administered tests look like for those employees and volunteers who have not shown proof of vaccination that are required to test. So that would be a change in practice as far as we don't have the capacity tester-wise to do the test at all of the different locations. So I did want the board to be aware of that. And then also to be aware that there are individuals who have refused to test, and we're going through the process, and that may be something that we'll be bringing to the board in the future, because there are some individuals for a variety of reasons, from medical to religion, who are not, or choosing not to do the test.
So I know when we initially had this conversation, part of it was to encourage folks to be vaccinated, and that way they could essentially opt out of being vaccinated if they showed proof of vaccination, or they could opt out of testing, I'm sorry, if they showed proof of vaccination. And hearing that there may be some capacity issues and we don't have a lab that, as of the end of this week, and trying to think through the logistics, and going back to our conversation at the last board meeting, and there were questions around the testing policy as a whole. I just wonder if to revisit that conversation around, is it the board's will to still have mandatory weekly testing for anyone who's unvaccinated? And I think Ms. Russell brought up a point last time about, testing maybe only those that are symptomatic, rather than, and if I'm mistakenly saying what you were trying to say, Rachel, please correct me, but really looking at those who were symptomatic and testing only those because of the shortage and because of the lack of capacity. But we just thought it'd be worth having another conversation based on the new news of not having a lab potentially at the end of this week, and having to think through our capacity. So we'll open it up for a conversation, discussion from the board. Our current policy, again, is everyone is mandated to test weekly unless they show proof of vaccination, or if they show proof of being positive, then they don't have to test for 90 days from their positive test. So we'll open it up for thoughts, questions. Ms. Russell.
So I would encourage the board to strongly think about redacting the testing policy, specifically just for those that have symptoms. To test, there is a huge room for error in self-testing, because it is really truly based on, if it's not the saliva test, then it's based on your comfortability, and there's a huge margin of error there. And so I think at this time, based on this new information and based on capacity of resources, people, and all of those things, while I encourage all of our staff and students who are eligible to get vaccinated, and to be honest about whether or not you've been exposed or need to be tested to do so, I just think that it is more burdensome at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen?
2 questions, please. Does every school have a nurse?
I believe so. Tiffany, if you're on, can you share that? I believe every school has a nurse.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Every school has a nurse or CNA right now. As of next week, though, we will be down 5 possible spots. We've had some resignations come in, and we're trying to fill those with agency.
Okay, thank you. So the company that, help me understand what you just said, no longer will do X. There are no other companies to contract with?
We have begun to explore that. We haven't been able to land that, any company. Part of it has to do with, they have to look at cost versus not. So when you look at the number of individuals, so if we're saying we need you to go to Grant Elementary and let's say it's only 5 people, that's not worth their time and money. So because it's spread out and we have different sizes of schools, and I will say 70 to 80, close to 80% of our staff is vaccinated. So when you spread those numbers out across the district, in some buildings, it's not very many individuals to do it. And so you just run into those challenges. And with the testing shortages and other challenges, some companies are backing out of the business of the testing, honestly. So they are, Tiffany and her team and Stephen are exploring, are there other options? We're just saying we don't have someone ready to go for next week. And so it would be self-administered while they continue to look for that. And I don't know if we'll be able to find a company based off the initial reach out. There may be. Most companies do rely on, like, when there was a saliva test, you do it and you drop it in a box. But there's not many saliva tests available. There are a lot of labs who are not processing the saliva tests anymore. So that is the additional barrier around that.
And we can't get any help from the county health department?
They will allow individuals to come to their site, and we've allowed individuals to go there, and then they submit their tests back to us. Because they do have some saliva tests, but they don't have the capacity to run the testing schedule that we're running. The health department doesn't have the capacity to do that.
And I believe the Armory is also changing their hours in terms of the availability for testing at the National Guard Armory, which is one of their sites, which part of it is because of, I think, just the lack of available tests. And then the other issue is also, how quickly those test results are returned. And we hear more and more how, it's harder for, especially with the peak of COVID this past month, it was taking a little longer for results to come back. But just all things to consider as we continue this conversation. Ms. Page?
Yeah, I'm a little shocked when she said we're using nurses and CNA, and when I asked the LPN, they shot me down so quick, and I'm just shocked that we're using CNAs, and we do have LPNs in the area who never got an opportunity to work. So I didn't know, when did we change our policy on that?
We did change our policy, and we do use LPNs. We have been this year.
Okay.
Yeah. So when she said nurses, it's inclusive of LPN nurses.
And I wanted to just say, with the LPNs, we use them on our one-to-one cases mostly, but if we're specifically talking about testing, we use more CNAs and some RNs, but we do have LPNs in the buildings too.
Any other thoughts or questions around this topic? I had a conversation with some health department folks recently, and they continue to encourage folks to get tested, do surveillance testing when you can, but depending on capacity, again, they would highly encouraging specifically for symptomatic folks to be tested. And so I just want to make sure that it is still the will of this board to continue with the current policy that we have in place, or if there were any, as things change, I want to make sure if the board wanted to change something, now's the time for the conversation.
It just seems like we need some more information, like more details about what's available. Because you don't want to rush to do anything, because we can see in our community comments, you got a teacher saying, hey, protect us. And then you got a parent saying, oh, let's stop this. And we're in a catch-22, because you're trying to keep everybody safe. We don't want to lose any more people, and we don't want to lose anybody. So just trying to balance that out. And I realize there's not a lot of tests, because we'd really like to see people get vaccinated, but that's an issue.
So I guess just a follow-up question. Thank you, Ms. Page. A follow-up question for Dr. Stubblefield and/or Ms. Lewis. With the lab ending their testing with us or doing the testing with us this week, at the end of this week, does the current policy that's in place, given all the new information that we have, does it create unintended problems or consequences that we need to consider as a board as we move into next week? I'm just curious if there's some other information that we need to think about regarding our policy, our current policy.
For on the health side, I think Rachel did share, and Tiffany can share, there is room for error when it's self-administered. Also the validity, and you're just trusting that people will submit their test, and I think people will, but that component is compromised. So, the reality of it is that's what you are dealing with. I don't know if they would submit somebody else's, but you wouldn't, because you don't know if they have it or not, but that could occur. So the policy, or as far as the expectations, would not change, but the integrity of the process, I do believe, is compromised.
Thank you.
Was there a recommendation from Ms. Lewis?
No, we were just updating the board, because originally when we shared with the board, we were with this company, they deployed and they did the test, and that's a shift if we are self-administering tests. The board policy does not specify who or how the test, it just said that there will be testing, but so that the board was aware that we would be shifting to self-administer, we just wanted to make the board aware of that.
I agree with the self-administered. They have their own faults. So it's like, are we really putting our time and effort into the right place at that point? I know how I think about it. Back to Ms. Russell's point.
Board, if I may add, we are currently in the process of hiring testers. We have an open ad on our job description on our job board. We just have not had a lot of individuals accept that position. We've had 3 that we're bringing on. So I'm really I met with the budget team today to just kind of see what kind of leeway we have to get testing staff in, because our nurses in our buildings are really testing the students, and some of the buildings need one more nurse to be able to help that. And then if we add the staff on, I'm just worried that they won't be able to keep up. So that is one of the reasons we're really looking at testing. Will tell you the integrity of testing is questioned when we're doing self-tests. So that is not something that, I'm in favor of. I want us to try to get testers, but we're struggling trying to find candidates that are willing to accept the position based on what we have available right now.
Can I ask one more question? Sure. The community comment that came tonight, I kind of struggled with one of the things that she said. She mentioned requiring to wear masks, and I thought that was part of our policy already.
It is a part of our policy.
Okay. I wanted that clarification.
And the reality of it is, she says she was at a high school. And if you talk to any principal, I've walked through most high schools, majority of the kids do wear their masks correctly, but you do see a lot of below the nose, or if they're drinking or eating, and just keeping those things, that's, the normal day-to-day. But masks are required if you walk through any of our buildings. Some of you have been in there, 99% of the people are wearing them correctly, but I don't, if you're in a class and they have a drink or whatever they're doing, or they just are habitual, if the mask is not well-fitting, you run into issues. I will say that there is some confusion about what the mitigation strategies are, and what they were when we came back with 100% of our kids in person. And last year, when we had so many kids virtual, you could do social distancing. There was some requirements around not handing out and doing a lot of things. And some people believe that we are still where we were like last March with some of the components. And that's just a lot of the things we talked about in August as we were bringing kids back. It's impossible to social distance when you have all of your students in person. You are handing things out. So that some of the interpretation around what the mitigation is, I'm not saying that was the case with the person who spoke, but I have personally talked to staff members who were like, well, they're handing out papers and we are meeting in person. I'm like, those things that they were referring to were things that were done like earlier last school year, and they're still holding on to those things.
Okay. Well, if I finish my thought, just based upon what Ms. Lewis said and what the conversations we've had and the testing that we talked about, I can only speak for me, I would be able to support testing when people are symptomatic, because if you look at all the other what-if situations we have going on, we can test some, we can't test all, then, in my opinion, it can make the policy a joke, and I don't want our policy to be taken lightly. So that's my stance.
I would motion to remove our testing policy until further notice. Because it's an actual policy, I'm not really sure how I should do the motion.
Yeah, no. I just want to make sure we're clear and that we get your motion correctly. So your motion is to remove the testing policy, the weekly testing policy altogether?
Nope. Unless for symptomatic people. However, I'm trying to figure out.
So
my motion is that we remove the testing policy for non-symptomatic individuals, staff or volunteers. Or we change our policy. I need to see the actual wording of the policy in order to give you exact, but that's the thought behind it.
Thank you, and we can wordsmith it, just to make sure we capture what the essence of what you're saying. So, and maybe Greg can help us out here, is your motion to amend the current policy to only require symptomatic staff and/or volunteers to submit to testing? I don't know if that captures it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure what you.
Is it in the policies book?
No. It's a temporary policy for the pandemic. That's why it's not in the permanent policies, which is the book.
So if I'm Joe Schmo, where do I go to see the actual policy?
I think it's on I think there's a COVID link on the side, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it is. And then I'm just actually looking in board docs to,
That's a conversation for another day, but I think that can be problematic.
So again, and as you look that up, is that your motion, Ms. Russell, is to amend the testing policy to only require symptomatic staff or volunteers to be tested?
That is my motion.
And if that's not correct, I just want to make sure that for clarity. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second, so I'll open it up for questions or discussion. Ms. Clark.
I just want to make sure that motion aligns with the conversation that we've had. And then what does that look like with the self-reporting? Is that a clear path of who I report I'm symptomatic to, because there's been a process that's been in place for all this time? And so those would be my only concerns, like the logistics behind it and making sure that gives Ms. Lewis what she needs to be able to effectively and safely run our district. So that's what I would want clarity on. with that motion.
I think there needs to be a little bit of clarity in terms of what you mean by symptomatic too, as to, and what you're requiring the testing for. Is it for employees who are symptomatic or who have symptoms of COVID required to test before they're allowed to be on school property or come to work, or what's?
So I will say that we currently have procedures that we followed before this. If you're symptomatic, and we sent it out and communicated, and Ms. Lewis can speak to it, whether you're vaccinated or not, you're required to not report to work until you have, like, we already have practices that have been adopted around that we've communicated out. And it does specifically talk about all of those things. So that component would, outside of the test, that already happens, and there's already that expectation that's out there that was a part of the COVID mitigation strategies. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that complicates it, because I think then there's no need to have a testing policy. If it is already the expectation, if you can answer yes to any of the 3 COVID questions, you should not report to work and get tested, then that's already the expectation. So there's no point in Fridays being testing days if the expectation is already set that you don't come to school with symptoms.
But that's a problem. Some of them still do. Is it possible? I know there's a motion on the floor, and I know this is the discussion part, but I would like to see us table that so that the nurse and whomever, and she's heard what the concerns are, and come with a proposal, and not rush to do this, because I think we really need to think it through. Because what time? Okay, it's 8:05. And I think we need to really get them to look at this and make sure we look at legally that we're in compliance and doing what we need to do. And we've checked everything out and work with the nurse and see what we do have, and then bring it back and vote on it. Because I think we're rushing to do this, and it may come back to haunt us.
Ms. Russell?
So I can just say, us making the decision to no longer contract trace hurt us more than us requiring symptomatic or asymptomatic staff or volunteers to test. Because now we have no way of knowing where any of it is coming from. Because my understanding of self-reporting is that I take the test and I determine if I have COVID, and then I report it. I'm not required to, but I do that. But if we were contract tracing, that would be a different story. And Ms. Lewis, please correct me if that is not the correct understanding. So we did more harm by not contract tracing than we will by having all of the staff invest all this time in preparing testing sites for those non-vaccinated individuals who potentially could have all negative tests and that not be the issue.
No, it's not that.
Would you like, okay, I want to answer that. I know there's been some questions around contact tracing. What I took from the board meeting on a couple weeks ago is that we did not stop contact tracing. We just moved to a more generic form of contact tracing. So instead of us calling each individual, there is a generic letter that goes out to families based on what's happening in the building with staffs versus students. The contact tracing team was really, really behind like everyone else, and so we couldn't make those individual calls, but we still work with building admin to let those rooms that were affected notify parents and leave kids at home and do the 5 days. So we never really stopped contact tracing. We just did a more generic form of it, if that makes sense.
And that's true. That's what was said at that last meeting.
And then the self-reporting, so because we've had positive cases, you are trusting people to say that I have a positive case. And most people do notify us, like they're out sick, I have COVID. And so then if they were at work, we're not necessarily calling people, but we are notifying staff there was a positive case. But if we see someone that could have potentially been a close contact in the same location, because the board is still paying for work-related days, the contact tracers on the backside or taking note or making sure that if an individual was impacted and it could have potentially been work-related, to make sure that's not coming from their bucket of days because they know where the cases are located. So it's not that part of it. And then our expectation around if you have symptoms, stay home, take a test, all of that existed before the testing policy, and they weren't stopped when we started the testing policy around that. So we have adjusted it and sent out notification based on quarantine or what you're supposed to do. As the CDC and the local health department have updated, we've sent out updates. And as they provided additional information, we're constantly communicating those changes to the staff when they occur.
So to go back to something Ms. Page mentioned, I mean, and I know there's a motion and a second on the floor. Would it be helpful, Ms. Russell, Ms. Clark, since you both made the motion, to have Ms. Lewis and the health team maybe think through knowing what we know about the labs and you know, maybe some of the integrity issues, to come back with either a recommendation or some options for us. I'm just curious if that would be helpful for the full board and before we act on anything, or I just want to make sure that we have enough information to make any types of decisions as individuals and as a full board.
I would be comfortable, however, I believe I just heard her say it would be her recommendation to not do so. But if we want to have her spend time creating something to come tell us the same thing, then sure, I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that as well. Dr. Stubblefield, do you have, knowing that we will no longer have staff, I don't have the right name for the staff for next week, do you have a plan for that?
We'll send out instructions for self-administered tests. And that, I mean, the health service team will.
I am just curious about one more thing. So as we get ready to move forward and we have some that are maybe a little bit more passionate about testing than maybe others, and at the end of the day, we want to keep everyone safe, is it possible to even have some data or numbers on how many positive cases, how many people have you had to send home based upon the testing that you've done? Has that really made a difference in your day-to-day work?
And that's information we can get from the health service team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's a great question, and I think that's what Dr. Stubblefield mentioned earlier, is why the contract people have pulled out as well, because we have a district that has 70 to 80%. So I'm waiting at one school for 5 people, and those 5 people may or may not come, depending on whether they're refusing to test and so that's where my concern comes from as well, is how much staff time are we going to take to make sure whether or not people show up, so.
Dr. Nguyen?
I just have a clarification question. I don't know how it works in real life. So I call in and I say I have COVID. What requirement do I have to prove that I have COVID?
You submit your test.
Okay, but what if I'm one of those persons who doesn't want to take a test?
Then if you have symptoms, because we've had symptomatic people, if you refuse, because we've had that case, then you have to quarantine for 10 days.
And is there a requirement for me to test negative before I return?
No, it's the quarantine, because the CDC now require, the 5 days, and then you wear a mask, because we have mask requirements. If you take the test, it's 5 days, and you return wearing a mask. If you refuse to take the test or whatever, and Tiffany, you can tell me it's wrong, it's 10 days, and you still return wearing a mask.
Okay, and then let's say I get it a second time. And I still have the same reluctance. And I just don't remember. Second time, do I get the days off? That,
Well, if it's not work-related, I think the max I don't, until HR's probably not on here.
Yeah.
Work-related, I think the max was up to 14 days.
14.
But if you are having symptoms and it's whatever, and we can't connect it to work, it's out of your own bucket. We did run into, like, after the break, when we had lots of people to come back, that it was clear that it wasn't work-related. Or if I'm in a space and we don't have any reports of positive cases, and then you're positive, we don't have a way to trace it back to you got this from work or somewhere related to work.
See, that's a little hiccup that if then that 10% or 5% continue to get it at the school, and you're not requiring testing, then something, it doesn't seem, having a no-test policy is healthy. Second idea. So I think you answered it. Those who refuse to get tested, there's no requirement for them to return when they return. Right? There's no requirement of anything. There's no proof of anything.
Can you say that?
Help me again understand, what is the policy that I can refuse to be tested?
If you're not vaccinated and you refuse, we're following a progressive discipline model, then we would be coming to the board to say, this has occurred, we've gone through, it's been 4 weeks, we're recommending terminate. I mean, that's where we're almost there with a couple of people, and so that's where I was saying, we will be coming with staff to say what, the option is to terminate them or suspend them indefinitely, which we will be faced with because we've done all of the steps. And with the weekly testing, the first time is the conversation and understanding. Second time, it's written, verbal. The third time, we're coming to the board. So at the next board meeting, there is a strong possibility that I will be bringing names forward and talking about what's the recommendation. Either they're suspended indefinitely or they're terminated. Because otherwise, you just get into this vicious cycle of we have this policy, and anytime there's a violation of policy multiple times, it typically is a non-renewal or a termination of some sort.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
COVID is not going away.
No.
So, I mean, that's why I'm a little reluctant to support something like your proposal.
But yeah,
testing is a problem, but
right,
don't stop looking for the labs. And I mean, there's nothing.
No, and we can, but separate from that, the reality is we will be bringing a group of individuals that either we're going to terminate or suspend at the next board meeting because they are not testing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Russell.
Dr. Stubblefield, can I address Dr. Nguyen's question about individuals that have repeatedly come before health services with COVID symptoms, if I may?
Yes.
Dr. Nguyen, when we have had several cases where an individual has opted to not test and then come back maybe 3 weeks later, and the health services team can at that point require that they get a doctor's note clearing them or a clearance saying that they don't need to test, it's due to something else, and then that comes out of their personal days. And in some cases, I have required them to test in order to come back because we've had those individuals going into 10 and 20 consecutive days. So we have had those occurrences happen, and I have submitted to HR that I'm requesting that individual test. And in most cases, they do test that second time, especially if they want to get those days paid.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Russell.
I was just going to add that I wasn't on the board when the decision to have a testing policy was created. However, how it came off is that it was to encourage vaccination. It was not meant to be a disciplinary thing, and so I also just want to say 70 to 80% is pretty good for a district that has 4,400 individuals, employees. And so it is also important for us to remember that we can have 100% vaccination, but there are still going to be individuals in our buildings with COVID because it does not seclude you from getting COVID as a vaccinated person. So some of our unvaccinated individuals, they could be getting COVID from vaccinated individuals within the building. That is a chance as well. And so I just wanted to throw that last piece out there and we can move forward, so.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. I am just, to Dr. Stubblefield's last point about staff, I mean, I think that was never the intent of, going back to speaking about the intent was around encouraging vaccinations, but if one of the consequences to this policy is potentially coming to the board to either suspend or terminate staff, and I don't, personally, that was not something that I was hoping for from this policy, although I understand that's where do the progressive discipline piece around it, but just something for us to know that, as Dr. Stubblefield said, I mean, that's potentially a reality coming at a future board meeting with the current policy as is. Okay. All right, thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield and Ms. Lewis.
Mr. Lopez, so for clarity, they agreed to table and then they're going to investigate, we come back, just to make sure we're on one accord?
We didn't table the motion, we just removed the motion.
Oh, okay, well, I didn't know if they dropped it or what, nothing else was said. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
I'm pretty certain they withdrew the motion.
Okay,
Correct, yes.
gotcha.
Thank you for that clarification. Next on our agenda is item number 11, policy review. First up is for second read, proposed changes to the LEP policy. We have Ms. Rodriguez present to answer any questions. I'll pass it on to Mr. Goheen or open it up for any questions from the board.
Again, this policy was created or designed to comply with some specific requirements that the district has in terms of federal funding and some other things. We do not have a current policy to this effect. I don't believe there's been any questions about it. So if there are any questions or changes from the board, happy to answer them, or otherwise ask for acceptance of the second read.
Motion?
Okay, I was looking at policy JCEB on the dress code.
Yeah, this one's just on the limited English language proficiency policy.
Okay.
We'll get to that one in a minute, Ms.
Okay,
Drew.
I thought you were doing all of them.
Just the one.
Okay, excuse me.
No, you're fine, thank you. Is there a motion to accept for second read policy LEP?
Second.
It's a motion and a second, thank you. Discussion or questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of it.
It's on your laptop.
This one's a second read, so it came up last month, and then it's on the agenda. If you pull it up there.
I thought I had a paper copy, excuse me. Yes.
We can have a paper copy printed out for if you want.
Motion carries, thank you. Next on the agenda is and we're going through these individually, right, Mr. Goheen?
Yeah, I think we can go through these individually. I will say just for the board in terms of looking at them and just just as a point of clarification, these are the policies that KASB has made recommendations for changes to. Their recommendations came out in December. That packet with the recommendations is on board docs. It's connected with in the executive content on several of these, like, for example, on item I, it shows up there as the 2021 December policy updates PDF. That just shows you what KSB's recommendations are. The way that works is we've gone through those recommendations with respect to each one of these and provided comments on what we think you guys should adopt as it compares to your regular policies, because this is their model policy. And then in addition to the KSB ones, we've also made recommendations relating to the transfer policy based on the last board meeting and some of the discussion that took place there as to a perceived deadline for requesting transfers by personnel. So I'm happy to go through them individually. I just wanted to explain what we had going on there. So the first one that we have here is board policy DJE. DJE is the purchasing policy, model purchasing policy for KASB. Basically, our current policy is the same as KASB's model policy. The additional language proposed by KASB is to make it clear that employees cannot purchase personal items using district accounts. I think that's a good policy change, or something to make explicit in the policy. I would recommend making that change. I did modify it slightly from KSB's model policy. They use the term school employees. I made it just employees to make it clear it applies to all employees, not just those assigned to a particular school building. So that's the recommended policy change to DJE.
Make a motion that we accept the policy for DJE,
That's for first read.
first read.
Moved and seconded. Questions?
I didn't hear the second.
Ms. Russell.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
The second policy that we have from KASB that's a recommended change is their model policy GAAP. That deals with child abuse and child abuse reporting. Our current policy simply says that state law provides that anyone making a report in accordance with state law and without malice shall be immune from civil liability, might otherwise be incurred or imposed. That's not really an adequate policy, and I'm not sure it needs to be updated, definitely. So I have some concern with KASB's model policy because it doesn't include the online link for reporting abuse or neglect to DCF, which I think is important to have in the policy because it gives individuals looking at the policy the way to report that they can document that they've reported that in addition to the hotline. It also doesn't track the language of the statute in certain places, and so I've made modifications to their model policy, but I would recommend that you make those adopted changes from KASB's model policy coupled with the modifications that I just spoke about. And I'm happy to explain those in more detail if people have questions. Yes?
Is the annual training something that we currently do?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So part of the issue with this one is that we're doing more than what the board policy says. It just, the board policy needs to be updated to reflect what we're actually doing.
Motion? I'd like to make a motion that we accept policy GAAP, including the recommendations from our board attorney.
Second.
First read.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
The next policy that's listed in the on the agenda is board policy GACE. And I want to take this one at the same time that we do board policy GBCE. So it's items D and F on your agenda. The actual recommended change is to board policy GBCE. Both of these policies relate to the transfer of employees. I put GACE on here just for a point of reference so that you guys were aware of what those policies you had that related to transfers were. This is not one that's recommended by KASB, but this is one that relates to your current policy, GBCE, has a deadline of, I think it's April, I don't know what the date is, April 9th or something like that, for when a individual can request a reassignment from, the current employee can request reassignment to a different building. There's really not a need for that deadline, as we discussed a couple meetings ago. And so the recommendation would be to remove that deadline for clarity's sake. I also, just I deleted the words "of schools" from the superintendent, since it's obvious that the superintendent is the superintendent of schools. So left it just as the superintendent in that policy language. So if the board is so inclined, the first read acceptance on this one would really be for board policy GBCE.
Move to approve for first read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please. I'm sorry, Ms. Page.
The only thing I have, if I want to request a transfer and I meet with my principal and I'm denied, then that person really doesn't have, or maybe I'm not seeing it, another alternative. Can you go and see someone else? Because maybe you and your principal don't see eye to eye. He doesn't want to lose you.
Well, I think unless I'm misunderstanding, I think the policy, what we have said to staff is that any jobs that are open, which I should probably read the policy, they have the right to apply for. We are just enforcing the natural statute of the last Friday in June. But does the policy say the principal has to approve it?
So there's a slight distinction to be made here. So what the statute says is that for an assignment or transfer, they can apply at any point in time. They don't have to ask. A reassignment is a little bit different than a transfer, which is where the date, the April 10th date came from. Reassignment is a reassignment within the building from one class or one class assignment to the other. So it's not the same thing as a transfer from one building to the other, which is not, doesn't have anything to do with that date change. But the board policy, and we can make it more clear if that's the board's design or intent, that's what these reads are for. So if that's the language you guys want to modify it and make it just abundantly clear that current employees can apply for any open position, and frankly, probably doesn't need to be a limitation with a date or time on it unless there's some thought process from a planning standpoint that you want to have that happen perhaps before the resignation deadline at the end of the year. Might be something you want to consider, but the way we've revised this right now, we're removing the deadline with the exception that it says, to the extent known, changes in assignments or circumstances will be addressed or discussed with the teacher by May 10th. So the district would still tell a teacher by May 10th if they know they're going to be transferred, usually because of attendance, changes in attendance or maybe changes in a program, a different building, they would be notified before the May 10th. But other than that, there's not a deadline or requirement, but we can make it very clear in the policy that current employees are eligible to apply for any open position.
Okay.
I would support that clear language. And I also, tell me if this isn't the time, have we cleared up the few instances that we currently had in HR regarding this said because I know we were trying to decide policy from practice.
Yeah, the practice part we did, it should, but I'll confirm with HR that the 3-year, you had to be in your building 3 years before you can ask. We did remove that practice, and we've communicated that to principals. I can make sure that we now do a biweekly letter out to staff that we clearly communicated to staff that any jobs that are posted for the upcoming year, you can apply for it. Doesn't mean you're going to be interviewed or selected, but you do have the right to apply for them, regardless of the number of years you've been in the district, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll make, I mean, with this up for first read tonight, I'll make suggested changes for the second read. And as it goes with any of these policies, if board members have suggestions for modification prior to the second read, if you guys let me know that, then I can bring those back to the board at the second read opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
And the next policy modification I have here is JC, to get it right. JCDB, I believe. And that is the dress code policy. Our current policy does follow the model policy for KSB. KSB is recommending adding language. The language they were recommending is that traditional tribal regalia or objects of cultural significance will not be prohibited at a public event. The only concern I had with this is it might be a little bit broad. I remember some cases a while back that were addressing, and I can't remember what specific religion it was, that had as a cultural item request by students to graduation ceremonies or other events to wear knives. And so, because that would conflict with your weapons policy, and perhaps that's not something even in that context that you would want to allow or permit. My suggestion would be to, and I've changed the language slightly in the policy to make it clear that you can't wear something that would violate some other policy, like bring a weapon to school, essentially, is what I'm trying to avoid. The language may not be the best. That was just my first shot at trying to do it, so I don't see a problem with their suggested language. I'm just trying to avoid that unintentional consequence of having some weapon or some other inappropriate item be brought under the umbrella of it being either a religious or a cultural object. That was the concern I had. But anyway, you've got the proposed changes that I slightly modified there for consideration. I know Ms. Drew had a question on dress code before we got to this point.
Yes, and the language is what I was looking at as well, because some of the words that are within can be misinterpreted. And so I think it might be good to try to be more specific with the style of dress that they cannot wear. Because when you look at obscene, offensive, substantially or materially disruptive, the perspective of the individual may be misunderstood. So my suggestion would be to try to have some type of clarity on the language that is being used. Thank you.
Motion to accept for first read, policy JCDB.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
So the next one we have, I believe, is policy IA. This is we follow KSB's model policy. They make a very minor change to the policy, and I think you guys should adopt that model policy change. Pull up what it-
Make a motion that we accept policy IA for the first read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next policy I've got is board policy KGA. Again, our current policy includes a part of KSB's model policy and provides that no district equipment shall be used by staff for personal reasons at school or away from its designated station without prior approval of the superintendent or designee. The KSB's policy is broader and contemplates use of equipment by outside individuals and groups. It also includes provisions for insurance, deposits, agreements, and things of that nature. So right now, I don't believe this district allows or permits outside groups to borrow equipment or to use equipment. And this is not like facilities, this is actual like equipment, like to use laptops or use that type of thing. Unless that's something the district or the board is interested in, I'm not sure it's necessary to make a change to the current board policy. If that is something the board is interested in, I think you probably need to have more discussion about that before you would make that change. And if that's something you want to do, then you can take a look at what you want in this policy. But I bring it forward because that's what KSB contemplates. To my knowledge, I don't think the district is currently using or allowing personal equipment or personal property to be used by outside individuals.
Make a motion that we accept policy KGA for the first read.
Second.
I think technically on this one, I'm not making a recommendation that you change, but if you do want to change, that's fine. I'm just making it clear, I'm not making a recommendation that you do that, unless the board is wanting to allow for the use of personal property owned by the district to be used by outside entities or individuals.
So we don't need to, there's
You
no
don't need to
action
make You
necessary.
don't need to take an action unless that's
Right.
something that the board is interested in doing. If you are,
Then I pull back my motion.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Drew.
Agree.
okay. And then the last one is board policy JBCB, and this is the board policy relating to foster care. And our current policy is KSB's model policy, and I would recommend you make you adopt the recommended changes. Make sure I got them right here. So their proposed changes, I believe, are just adding oh, yes, the proposed change adds the mobile crisis helpline to the policy, and I think that's appropriate for the board to do.
Make a motion that we accept for the first read policy JBCB as recommended.
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goheen.
That's it.
All right. Next on our agenda, item 12, executive session. Dr. Stubblefield, if you want to dismiss staff,
Staff, you are free to go.
Thank you, staff, for joining us tonight. Would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under Kansas Open Meetings Act for 10-minute going in at 8:45 and coming back at 8:55.
So moved.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell. Rachel,
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes. My
thank you. Dr. Nguyen,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. motion to return to open session, please?
Moved.
Oh, second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew, Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right, we're back in open session. Thank you. Would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of attorney-client privilege for 5 minutes going in at 8:58.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew, Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel
Rach-
Russell, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss confidential student information relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma with action to follow.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. For 10 minutes in your motion, if you accept that,
Yes. Yes.
going in at 9:07 for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Ms. Drew?
Ms. Drew, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Motion. Thank you. I apologize.
Okay.
Seconded.
Thank you. Actually, you,
Go ahead and start over with the,
okay.
please. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith.
So you're going in at 9:07 for 10 minutes, and so who motioned first? Was that Ms. Clark?
Wasn't me.
Drew and then Clark. Okay, thank you. Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries. Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back in open session.
I move that we, excuse me, that we uphold and approve, not uphold and approve, that's the same thing. I move that we approve the hearing officer's report.
I second it.
There's a motion and a second. Questions? Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Last thing before we adjourn board, I will be working with Ms. Smith to get out an email to you all regarding our board retreat in a couple of weeks. If you could be on the lookout for that email and respond to Ms. Smith, there will be a couple of questions that we just need a little additional information from you. That would be great. Other than that,
Question? So when we'll be able to offer agenda items for the retreat?
so we are working on the agenda now. If there are, and that's what part of that email is going to be, is regarding the agenda for the board retreat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you so much, board. I apologize for keeping you late. Have a good night. This meeting's adjourned.
The check is in the mail.